hope you.
Yes, that's why I just take pretty quick to say there are several remedies. There are several remedies open to you.
Okay.
Or not necessarily having to launch a separate civil litigation against the police, right? And I told you, for example, you could choose to petition the Inspector General with your concerns. You could choose to do that, right? You could choose to head to the police ombudsman. So there is this body. 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 So there is this body against this same police when it comes to eventual civil litigations that you might want to bring in the future, right? So that when that time comes and you are challenged by the defense to say, oh, why are you bringing this suit against them? We did the best we could. You could come up and say, oh, when this was going on and I had these concerns, I didn't just wait until the very end. The concerns were so serious that I approached the IG. I wrote a petition to the IG to express my displeasure. I got nothing back from you guys, right, until the end. And here we are now. We have somebody that's spied under mysterious circumstances. We haven't got justice. And we believe a key part of us being failed was because you guys didn't do X, Y, and Z. I will bring up the issue of you didn't pursue, for example, this earlier petition that was written when this guy was in fear of his life. He mentioned a few actors in there. He didn't go after them. I could say that when this guy pied in the house, it had 15 people in there. I raised this at the time. Nobody listened to us, right? And here we are now, passage of time. We haven't gotten justice. Police, you played a vital role in the denial of this family. And here is the reason why. But when it comes to the general idea of launching a civil litigation against the police, as of today, when it comes to the way they've handled this murder investigation, I don't believe at this point that justice will be served by opening up a separate civil litigation against the police. You could write a few petitions here and there, send it to the Inspector General of Police, to express your displeasure, against what is going on at present. But if you wanted to sue them today, oh yeah, you can bring that case. But like I said, if I were the police, there's a standing rule that says if I'm already investigating something, right, you cannot bring that case against me in court to say I'm not doing X, Y, and Z. Because when you bring this, don't forget, when you bring this civil litigation against the police for non-diligent prosecution, you want a remedy at the end of it, and it's damages, full stop, right? That you award you damages, right? But the fact is, the judge would say, oh, they said they need more time. They're still investigating. I cannot possibly find against the police at this point and award the millions in damages when they are still investigating, right? And, it would just be a case of just wasting your time and your resources for a litigation that you probably shouldn't have launched in the first instance, that you probably would want to launch, just give yourself a few more months before you launch it. It doesn't mean that you don't have other remedies available to you, but I don't believe the civil litigation is the best thing to do at this point. But you can do that though, because that one is done and dusted. When you could could do that if you wanted to. And I've given you plus and minus why you may.
Can I change perspective for a minute? And this, if you're representing a client,
yes,
and your client was detained, and you find that somebody is gathering money to detain your client 48 hours, over the 48 hours. Let's say you have a client and I pay to police, or I'm contributing money to police to detain your client more than 48 hours for maybe another 2 weeks for my own interest. As a lawyer, what would you do? Well, how do you see that? Have I committed a crime, and what would you do?
I guess that might be a difficult one to be able to address, but on the face of it, based on just those few sentences that we just given, without me knowing the ins and outs of the case of mentioning, I would say on the face of it, and I say that based on the limited facts available to me, based on what you just said, that is illegal straight away. You couldn't, it's not legal to pay somebody so that you can just extend their time in custody. That is illegal. Paying the police to detain somebody, that's illegal. You don't need to pay them. The police will only need to detain you over and beyond the statutory limits of your time in custody if, A, they have enough evidence to, and they've sought that extension from the appropriate authorities before that extension can happen. But if they haven't done any of that, and you can prove and show evidence that money has been paid to the law enforcement to detain you over and beyond, they sue that same party and the police, for detaining you illegally. You can have a
Okay, so let's break it down, because you said based on the surface. Now, the money has not reached the police yet, but I have collected the money from my cohorts with the intention of giving it to the police to detain somebody that we're after. We know police has arrested that person, and we now want the person to be kept for another 2 weeks for our own interest. So is there a conspiracy to commit a crime there?
If that person hasn't actually paid on the basis of what is being collected or what money is being...
Hold on, sir. Mr. African TV, mute, and then you will respond. Thank you very much.
So if that cash hasn't actually changed hands, hasn't got into the police, you couldn't prove it's got into the police, right? And if this person has or has not been detained, I think it's going to be a difficult one to be able to prove any form of conspiracy with, because conspiracy, is an act by, more than the one person. You have to conspire with somebody to do X, Y, and Z. But what you're telling me is, the money didn't actually make its way to these people, this police or law enforcement to detain. It's going to be a difficult one for you to be able to prove that.
Gathering money to give to the police. People have given me money, and I'm supposed to give it to the police. So me and my people, we have planned to detain this person longer. I probably have spoken to the police because I'm the point man. I know this person is already in custody. I don't want them to release that person within 48 hours.
Yeah.
So am I guilty of a crime?
Okay, so let's assume that the person has been detained over and beyond the 48 hours, right? But if you're saying that money didn't actually change hands to instigate that extension, then, and I'm saying that to you again.
Hold on, you're missing me. Don't pick what I say. Listen to everything I said. I said money has been given to me I'm the negotiator between me and between my people and the police. My people have given me money. They have contributed to me. We have this plan to give the money to the police. I have spoken to the police, but I am yet to deliver the money to the police. The person is in custody, but the money is still with me. It has been contributed, so exchange has taken place. Intent has been established. Only I have not perfected the act because I'm yet to deliver the money to the police. So from me and my cohorts, do you see a criminal act or criminal intent?
I would use the term potentially. Yes, I don't have enough from what you told me to be able to say, do I have enough evidence to push a such prosecution? I don't have enough. But potentially, on the face of it, yes, potentially an offense might have been committed. That's what I would say. I wouldn't go absolutely based on what you've told me.
So upon justice for Mohbad.
So you're welcome. The question you just asked is
What do you want to say?
the question that you asked. You know why you asked that question?
I know why I asked, and I know what I'm doing. So I've gained some legal advice. He's giving me, for those who don't know me, I know the answer he's giving, and I know the position of the law. And he's spoken very well based on the little information.
Don't forget it's all going to boil down to the evidence. So, you know, let me just clarify something. You know, you've mentioned something about intent, right? Now, intent alone, motive alone, can never and oftentimes is not sufficient to mount a successful prosecution. Let's be clear on that, right? That is why most of the most basic of lawyers will tell you, for the ingredients of a crime to be proven, to be established, there is the intent, right? They call it actus reus, right? And the physical element as well, right? Those two would have to join together to now say, for example, I might be thinking of a crime. I might be thinking of killing somebody. I might be thinking of it, right? Right? But that thought alone cannot and will not be sufficient for police to pick me up and say,
Can I differ on this actus reus? Let's talk about the actus reus that you just mentioned. Okay. I conspire with let me say a bus driver to go and eliminate someone, and he comes to pick me up for us to go and do this elimination. So in your actus reus, intent has been established. Wait, hold on, lawyer, hold on. You will educate us. You will educate us. I'm trying to get.
No, you
okay, sir, you will explain. Sir, you will explain. Let me establish my mindset, okay? We both conspired to go and eliminate someone. We planned it. Conspiracy to murder. Established. You actually put the actus reus in the fact that he came to pick me up for the appointed assignment. We now got in the vehicle and we're proceeding to the destination. We get to the destination. The person was not home. The person was not home. Does not mean we did not intend to commit the act.
No, it doesn't mean that.
Okay, so we've committed an offense. That's the point I'm making here. Because where money has changed hands, hold on, barrister, money has been given to me to go and deliver to the police to illegally detain somebody beyond the required beyond the framework of the law. I have collected the money. Money has been given to me. The fact that I did not deliver on the day, on the time, does not eliminate the actus reus of the intent to commit a crime.
No. I'm not saying anything different from what you're saying. What I said previously on the actus was just a general principle And I went as far as saying that question you asked previously about somebody intending to pay money to X, Y, and Z, and you asked me that on the face of it, as a crime committed, and I said I wouldn't go absolute on you, and I said that on the face of it, yes, an offense could have been committed, but there's a lot more that you would need to be able to substantiate that case if you want to take it to court. That's what I said. You get me? Because there's no same law give you a straightforward.
Bossman, thank you for having me. I'm going to drop.
X, Y, and Z has been done.
Have a nice day.
On the basis of a few lines, right?
Would you agree with me, Tony? Would you agree with me that there is a conspiracy to commit a crime?
On what is said in those few lines.
Yeah, on the money being exchanged to bribe the police.
Yeah. On the face of the subject of that potentially yes. Potentially yes.
Thank you. Other people can engage you on this matter. Thank you.
Potentially yes. Yeah, potentially yeah, because it's illegal to collect money for the purpose of extending the statutory time that a suspect can be held in custody. Yeah, on the face of it, but again, that's subject to being properly proven in a court of law with the evidence. You get me? So I'm hoping that you would have more than somebody thinking about it. You have potential voice recordings to say that, oh, I collected money for this purpose. Now, if you can come up with that, right?
Voice recording? Did you say I would have voice recording? So if the entire world on the black cap has the recording, that is enough evidence. Are you right?
Yeah, there's voice recording.
Okay. Thank you. Actually, I'm not the host. I would have clapped for you. Host, I beg, clap for this lawyer. Clap for this lawyer, host.
I collected money for this illegal purpose, then yes, potentially an offense is definitely been committed at that point. Yeah. So that one is
This has been a very educative and really civil for the past 5 hours. That's really lovely. Mr. Jack, are you there? Hello, Jack. Hello, Jack, are you there? Can you hear me? Jack is not around. Wow, it's been so insightful this morning. Anyway, African TV, are you done with your questions? You done?
Yeah, I'm okay. Subject to any other information, I'm okay. I hope this barrister will keep coming up and engaging us to educate us.
Unfortunately not. So sorry.
He's a very busy man.
Let me tell you, barrister. Hold on, barrister. Let me tell you. Hold on. I have news for you. The spirit of Mohbad has infused you. I bet you, if I don't see you on Black Cap in the next 30 days, you know, sir, not be African TV. You have been infused. You're indoctrinated. So you'll be coming back. Pata, you will hide in the comment section.
I'll be sorry to disappoint you on that, unfortunately.
He's a very busy man.
Exactly. So, yeah.
AEA, send your request if you want to engage Mr. Tonya, so I can. Okay, Conrad is coming up too, but AEA, you can send in your request because I can find you because I can't see you up here, so. You're not up. Comrade, is your network, have you fixed your network? Because your network was lagging the other time. Comrade, are you up? Finally. Hey, are you there? Because I saw you right there. It seems you want to come up too, so you can send in your request. Because I can't find you at all. Comrade, your network is lagging.
Okay, no, I was writing the comment section. Good morning, African television, everybody. I was just saying that maybe I just joined, so maybe my question has been trashed. I don't know.
No.
5 hours.
Ask this question again.
Okay.
I've been here for like oh my God, I've been here for 9 hours.
Okay. Okay, me, I just joined, so I don't know. Okay, good morning, barrister or lawyer or son. Well, I'll just address you as any of them. But I just wanted to ask to say, Bossman, let me ask you first. Did you brief him about the case of Mohbad, and in the face of everything, what's the way forward? Do we think we have anything like we can false the police about the investigation they haven't done and all of that? Because I just joined, so I don't really want to sound stupid asking questions that you've already trashed.
Yeah, he has already answered a question similar to that. Yes.
Okay.
Because we've been bombarding him with questions, and he has been answering. And he might actually want to answer your own question for you now. So I will just use my mic so that he can answer to you. Now, since you're asking that question. So, Barrister, over to you.
Yeah. So what I said was, as it stands now, from what we know now in the past 18 months, potentially there's a case that can be instituted against civil litigation against police for an investigation that hasn't been diligent enough, and I gave those reasons, right? I think it's fair to assume that the point we are now, so far, we have been failed by the prosecuting authorities, especially the police, in the way they've handled this case. And I gave a couple of examples why. The main one being, all the 15 guys in that apartment on the night the late singer died under mysterious circumstances. They've not been invited. They've not been questioned. And apart from the nurse, right, there's a lot more that should have been done to be able to ensure that all lines of inquiries have been followed up. So where you have somebody saying, oh, it was the nurse that pied him, some people are saying there was an argument, there was a fight, there was a video somewhere, there was some broken railing somewhere in a house that had 15 people in it. It's fair to say, the most youngest of detectives should at least have pulled in all those that were in that apartment at that time, taking their statements. On the face of it appears that hasn't been done. So after this investigation is over, after this has all been said and done, and the police are saying that there isn't anything we can do anymore, yes, interested parties can institute a civil litigation against the police to say you didn't do this well because of X, Y, and Z. Yeah, people might say, oh, the police in Nigeria, this is how they are, blah, 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 blah. I don't necessarily believe that. In fact, I'm one of those that believe that if the police are actually interested, genuinely want to solve a case, I can tell you for free that there's no case in this Nigeria that the police cannot solve. It's just down to if they have the will and the genuine intention to do so. I can tell you that for free, right? If they have that will, they have more than enough resources, by the way. If they have that will and the intention to do so, the police in Nigeria is as good as anyone in anywhere in the world. I can tell you that for free. But if that will is not there, if the intention is not there, for whatever reason, then it's quite easy for them to botch any case, no matter how straightforward that case is, right? Now, the second part of the answer is this. Okay, people will have come up to say, oh, do we have to wait until the end of this police case before we can now start saying, we're not happy. I said, no, you don't have to wait until then. What I said was, it's not the time to institute civil proceedings against the police at this point. But there are other remedies open to you. And I said, for example, you could put forward a petition against this, because these guys report to people, right? They report to the Inspector General, for example. As the Minister of Police Affairs, I believe. There are several other politicians somewhere up there that this chain of command goes up to. There's a Federal Minister of Justice, for example, right? So you could easily petition all this chain of command to say, guys, I'm here. This is not going well. I want to bring it to your attention, because there will be a time in the future when me, as an interested party, be it the spouse of the late singer, be it a family member, be it the mom, the dad, be it, an interested member of the public with the appropriate local standing, I could come up in 6 months' time and say, right, police, you got questions to answer, and I'm going to sue you guys for damages running into millions, right? At that point, the police won't have a defense and say, but you were awake when we were telling you guys, no lies, we've done the best we could. You never said anything. They wouldn't have that defense, because it could say, oh, I've written petitions against you guys when I wasn't happy. I've reported you to your superiors. I've petitioned the IG of police. I've got a record of that petition being received. Nothing happened. I went as far as the Ministry of Justice, Attorney General of the Federation of the state where this crime happened. Nothing happened. Right. So you could use all that. You could build up all that arsenal at this point to be able to challenge these guys after the fact. Now, one of those things will happen. So, for example, in a sane world, right? If we get to that point, they could find against the police and award you millions in compensation. The second harm of that is they could reopen that case again, right? So these are the kind of chain of events that may happen beyond where we are today, right? But how do we get that justice? I believe, like I said before, the police are diligent enough, right? And they have that will and intent. Yeah, this case can be solved by them. And we have a lot of gaps, very open gaps at present. Why we're not getting any nearer to the truth, right? Until the very minimum is done, I don't think we're going to get anywhere near what actually happened to that gentleman that day.
Okay, Barrister, thank you. Are you a barrister or son? I just don't want to miss.
No. I'm not a son, but okay. I've been practicing for many years. So
okay, so I'm right to say barrister, correct? Okay.
Yes.
So I wasn't, calling.
Well, you can just call me Tony. That's my name, Tony.
Okay, right. Okay, so I don't know if you're up to speed with the corona. Why I'm asking that question is, in view of what's going on, what can you, if you want to say, predict? Would be the coroner's outcome. I know that they have to take notes from all the lawyers and so present at the coroner before they come to their findings or their proposed finalized findings as to cause of death, what they think, and all of that. So I just want to pick your brain, but I don't know if you're up to speed with it.
Okay. Yeah. So
what would you predict?
So the coroner is a fact-finding avenue, right? That's what it's fact-finding. And I can predict where this is going to lead to, but I cannot come out to tell you, to say, this is definitely what will happen, because my profession doesn't allow me to do that. But I'll give you a few pointers to kind of lead you to the direction where all this is going to unravel as far as the coroner is concerned. Thank God I've laid a few premises before I got to this point. And the first question I'm going to ask you is this, which we already know the answer. If this is a fact-finding court as it stands, we're back to, have all the 15 people in that apartment that night, have they been hauled before the coroner, and have they been asked searching questions? If the answer to that is yes, that I can tell you we'll get nearer to the truth. If the answer is no, then I can tell you, I don't believe you're going to get near to what happened on that day.
So let me not ask further questions, but yeah. Wait, so thank you.
In the spirit of a diligent prosecution, I would expect the police, the detective, to go beyond what they see as the obvious. This is the nurse and the injection. I would expect them to say, we learned that some railings were broken. There might have been a fight here and there between this guy and somebody else, potentially the spouse. I would expect the police to have said, okay, every single person in that house on the night and the following morning of this guy dying, regardless of who applied whatever injection, I want to at least bring you guys in to question you, if only to either corroborate or dismiss this so-called, rumors going around that there was a fight. To the extent that they haven't done that, that means our lines of inquiry that should have been followed up, that has been done. And this goes to both the police and the coroner as well. So if the police hasn't done that, then the coroner should have been able to at least reach out to all these guys to say, come before me if you were in the house on that day. Come and tell us what you saw happened. If that hasn't been done, then we know what the coroner is going to rule on, pretty much.
Last question, and I would, that would suffice. So now, you said you're a lawyer, you can't, predict, but so in view of what you've said and what we've just, everyone's brains are thinking, would it be a case where they can say, okay, if the outcome of the coroner is not satisfying, they would say they want to go to another coroner, or they can proceed to court, or what? What would be the next steps? And I'm talking like a layman, because that's your profession. So I expect you, tell me what.
So when the coroner is done and does it, what should happen then is, because what they say is coroner is a fact finding, and usually speaking, the finding of that coroner should, in theory and in practice, afford the police more facts to be able to either open up new lines of inquiry or follow up any new lines that's come out of the coroner inquest. So the pendulum should now switch back to the police to say, right, coroner is done and dusted now. They've done as much as they can, given the witnesses that came. Police, over to you. We now need to know what you want to regarding the pie of this guy who is responsible for it. So the pendulum should now switch back to the police, right? Again, based on what they say in the body language of the police so far, it's likely they're going to tell you, the coroner didn't tell us anything new over and beyond the nurse coming to give evidence. We, the police, from what we've done so far, we're none the wiser what actually pied Mohbad. And this is where it now becomes a case of they either say, we're done with our investigation so far, we can only pick up the nurse that applied for negligence, that applied this injection. We don't know what pied them as well. The coroner, because they could tell you, the coroner is sat for the better part of 18 months, and this is what they came up with. We've done our own investigation. This is what we've come up with. There's nothing else to do. That's at that point where I just mentioned that the civil litigation
have to kick in. Right. Okay. Okay, so at least from what you've said, that is, some sort of, if you say relief or hope, but then that's going to be another lengthy. Oh my days, man, this case.
Yeah. Unfortunately, on the average, any legal proceedings in Nigeria is lengthy. Let's be clear. It doesn't matter if it's low or high profile. When the likes of MKO and a few others were quite under mixed circumstances. There's been some high profile. There's a guy called a nobleman of my profession, Attorney General Bola Ige. He was also the mother under mysterious circumstances many years ago. A lot of people might not know. It was the Federal Minister of Justice at the time, right? He was also pied under mysterious circumstances. That case itself took multiple years, and as far as I know, nobody has been held accountable. What I'm saying there is it's not uncommon for cases in Nigeria to take many years to unravel. So that is just a sad reality of where we are as a country, and that's about judicial reform. That's a separate conversation in itself anyway, but I'm just trying to set the expectation. When you say, it's going to take another long time and, whatever, potentially that may. But if, and I say that, if the prosecuting authorities, the police, the judiciary, the law enforcement, if they want to solve a case in a limited period of time, they can actually do that. They just need to have that will and the genuine intention to want to do so. There's no case that is that hard in Nigeria as we have today. Given, how bad the police are, right? I can tell you that if they actually want to, they can solve that case in a record amount of time. I can tell you that for free. Because I've been on the two sides of the fence before. You understand? I've had cases where police has been implicated in the actual commission of heinous crimes, and they've been held accountable in a matter of months, in a matter of a year or so, from start to finish. You understand? But the key reason is, are the police actually ready? Are they willing? They genuinely want to solve it. Okay. If the answer to that is yes, they can solve any case within a matter of time, pretty much.
Okay, thank you, Barrister. Let's just hope that the pressure of, let's just predict now. That's me predicting. If the coroner inquest doesn't come out the way we want it, and we have the option of the civil route of what you say now, petitioning them, if that would make them take the case serious, where they get to do another reinvestigation.
Unfortunately, that would be the long haul, though. But that's just a sad reality.
That's the thing.
Yeah, when you have missed opportunities for 18 months for a high-profile case like this, right? It's always difficult to go back in time and correct those errors. It's going to take a lot more time for this to be unraveled. You know what I'm saying? So, key witnesses might have moved on. Some might have pied. Some might have relocated, right? So it becomes even more difficult for this stuff to be resolved ultimately, right?
See the evidences. Well, anyway, I don't know how long.
Exactly. The scene of the crime, was it probably secured? Were pictures taken of these so-called broken railings? So there's a lot more in there where it becomes very difficult. I wouldn't say impossible, but extremely difficult for this to come to a reasonable conclusion anytime soon. And that is just the reality. Right.
Let somebody else ask the question, but Bossman, maybe somebody else would ask. Please, the DPP thing, somebody should bring it up to him, but let me not be the one now. So I'll mute. Thank you, Barrister. Thank you.
No worries. Having said all that, miracles do happen. Months' time, that might be an eyewitness. That person might have taken some discrete videos of your phone to capture the actual point in which this died. Assuming there was an accident in the house, assuming somebody fought, right? So that's a potential, it's a long shot, but hey, it's what it is.
Good day, everyone. Mr. Tony, I hope you've drank water since morning. You've just been on that seat. You've given a great insight to all this. It's very educating. Thank you, Bossman, for bringing me up. My sister, thank you. How are you? Mr. Jack and Ifeldua. Love to you all commentators. That's my position where I love
you guys to shower, sorry, ma'am. Barrister, give him gift now. Shower him with gifts.
I don't do no worries. I don't do gifts.
He's been here all day. I don't think he's even gone to the toilet or even drank water.
I don't do gifts.
Have you had lunch?
Opportunities. Just one of those rare when I have a bit of time today, pretty much.
You've done so well. And the only question I have, you've answered most of the question, is I don't know if you recall the time Mohbad's sample was taken for autopsy and toxicology the first time after they exhumed Mohbad. Are you aware they kept that sample for a long time before sending it off? And I think it was through Berekete that we found out that it hasn't been taken anywhere. Do you think the police should have been, accused of leaving that sample for that long without taking it out for, testing?
I mean, I wouldn't possibly comment on those details though, because what I'm not.
Did you hear?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. Maybe I read something like that, but I tried to be as fair and balanced as possible. You get my point. So I couldn't specifically pass any absolute yes or no answers to that for something I'm not really fully aware of. But as a general principle, if I was to answer your question that way, I could tell you that if you secure a piece of forensic, whatever it is, right, and you don't act on that piece of forensic within a reasonable time, and you haven't done or taken enough steps to preserve the sanctity of that piece of evidence, then potentially it could be compromised. That's the answer. 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 Justice delayed, justice denied. I don't know the reasoning behind that, but I'm not aware of, the specific of the question. And it would be unfair for me to pass any judgment or offer an absolute opinion on that. I can only talk on the general principle, full stop. Right.
All right, thank you for that. I was just wondering if you think the public or the family should have fought more if that sample was delayed, because that would have given us a headway earlier on what actually happened to Mohbad. Because we realized Berekete told us that it was getting rotten, that Mohbad was getting rotten where he was in the morgue. So I was thinking, could it be that from the very beginning, the justice we're looking for was already dashed, and there's nothing we can do about it until, like you said, the public can only come up finally after everything has been wrapped up?
Again, I couldn't offer specifics on that. I've talked about the general principles, the reasons why we're here today. I've talked about the diligent prosecution, the police not being diligent enough, and that covers a lot of stuff, right? But when it comes to the specifics, for facts I'm not aware of, it'll be difficult for me to be able to offer an opinion on that. I can only talk on the general principles. Yeah. Well, regardless of this specimen or that specimen, unless you believe that the injection that was applied to Mohbad is absolutely 100% what led to his pie, and the only reason why he pie, unless you take that standpoint, then you can start focusing on that. But what I'm saying is, as it stands today, I don't believe I have enough facts and evidence to be able to get to that conclusion. And I've given my reasons for that. Right? Because there are other lines of inquiries that hasn't been followed up by the police. Right? In the same way you heard that, the evidence, took a while to be processed, I could also tell you that there are other lines about everybody else within that scenario vicinity in that apartment that haven't actually been properly questioned. And until we have all that, can I now say, oh, yeah, X, Y, and Z is responsible? Yeah. When you have the murder of a high-profile person, right? As a law enforcement agent, I have that basic duty to follow up all the visible, right, and obvious lines of inquiries of what actually happened, people that were present, in that apartment. People are killed in the streets sometimes in countries here, in Nigeria and other countries, right? The police still go after bystanders, people that were even there minding their business at the time, right? To get them in for, if you CCTV capture somebody outside in the street next to where somebody was being pied, right? The police can put up a poster. They say, oh, we want to speak to that guy. We want to speak to that passing motorist, right? That was passing by when this was happening. So if they can do that to strangers and bystanders, there's no reason in this world why they couldn't do that to people actually physically present
in the house,
in that house on the day. Now, if they haven't done that, that there are gaps in there that is going to be very difficult for us to now say, oh yeah, it was just the nurse, it was just an injection, it was just this and that. They need to rule that out, even if all of them are innocent. They need to rule it out, right? And if you don't speak to them, if you don't interrogate them, I don't know how you're going to be able to say you've done a diligent enough fact-finding mission, pretty much.
Yeah, it was obvious that the police hasn't really given us any reason to believe that they're actually doing the right thing, because it's just so clear to us, because forensic wasn't done at home where someone died.
Exactly.
That's so strange up to now that nothing really was done.
Exactly. So
anyway, at the end of the day, we just pray for justice for Mohbad. That's something.
Let's even assume there was no CCTV in the apartment when this happened. Let's assume there was none. That's the more reason why you need to now focus on the physical entities, the living beings that were present at the time, isn't it?
Exactly.
Yeah, and if you've chosen not to do that, then it is very difficult to be able to get that justice, I believe, right?
To weigh in on that, just while you're talking there, just to bring to your attention, Barrister, sorry I had to come back, the fact that, they did invite some witnesses that were in the house, right? I don't know if they invited, what's the name again? Adura, even the late deceased partner, and some of them, right? But there's been inconsistencies as well as even that of the driver, but that is why, while you're talking, I just thought, okay, they have brought them. I hope to see the coroner inquest, listening to them, and then consistencies that have come out from their statement. That should give them some insight to not come, excuse my French, with a shitty, report.
Yes. So to your point, so where you have 15, so-called 15 in the apartment, and you've been able to speak to the minority of those, let's say 3, maybe 4, right? And you have inconsistency.
Should have.
So do you know the easiest way to be able to resolve those inconsistencies? You know how you can do that? You need to just extend the dragnet to everybody. Once you get everybody in, it will soon be clear what actually happened on that day.
So you're saying that the coroner should have pressed for more people to come in, the witnesses in the house to come to the coroner. Is that what you're saying?
Not just the corona. Not just the corona. Actually, this should have been the work of the detectives.
Okay, but the police, sorry, I don't want to, say they're bad, but they said in their previous press conference that they invited 26 persons before they came out with the fact that he bled profusely. But we can see that everything they are saying about profusely, we couldn't even prove where that profusely came from.
I'm still saying that is there enough evidence that the 15 people in the house have been properly interrogated by the... I don't believe that.
They were not properly interrogated. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
It was obvious they were not. Police were not really doing their job.
Yeah, I don't have that evidence to say that they were properly interrogated. As a matter of fact, as far as I'm aware, I believe one or two, maybe more of those guys are probably relocated. Some of them are unaccounted for, and what have you.
Look at lifestyle, enjoying himself. In the midst of all this, which is... Okay, sorry to pick our brains further, but now there is... Okay, barrister, from this point where we're hearing that, I don't know how much you're up to speak with the case, but there's this information we heard by one of the leaders of the case, of the movement, or what do you want to say, forerunners. She said there was somebody from the house, I don't know, I think OJ or something, but anyway, one of the witnesses to the murder of this boy had a recording where he was confessing and saying as to what happened, there was a fight. My question is this, can they take that to the coroner, or is it late? Or what can they do with it?
Oh, that's for the detectives to hunt that person down, not the coroner though.
Right.
The coroner hasn't got that resources to be issuing warrants of arrest and going after key suspects.
Okay.
That's for the detectives to do that.
So can they pick up all those cues and try to press for further investigation, as you said, if they're willing to?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. If they wanted to, yes, they can. That's why I said they have the will.
Okay.
They have the will and intention to. It wouldn't even take this long for them to do that.
Right. Okay. My last question, or my last input. The DPP, we are aware that the SAN, who's on the case, or one of your law colleagues, has filed a petition? I don't know what's the right word now. Bossman, if I don't get the word, or Sele, help me. But he has actually made, let me put it in the way I understand, maybe he's made a complaint to the Attorney General about the DPP coming up with the conclusion of the case by saying that they're going to charge two, if you call them witnesses or suspects, to court. What do you have to say to that? Because I don't even know how to ask you the question. What do you have to say to that?
I understand what you're saying.
Right.
I wouldn't fault the DPP though. The DPP can only act on the basis of evidence brought in front of him. And that evidence is not for the DPP to gather, as for the law enforcement agents to do that job. So what the DPP is saying is on the basis of the evidence placed in front of me by the so-called detective that they claim they've done a good job, this is the type of charges I can come up with, full stop. What I'm saying is the gaps lie, right, in the detectives that are supposed to be investigating a very high-profile, mysterious, unexplained death, right? So I wouldn't fault the DPP on its own, though, right? DPP can only act on the evidence in front of it, and the DPP's job is not to go around and start looking for suspects here and there. It's not resource to do that. The DPP is actually supposed to be very independent from the day-to-day detective investigative work being done by the police. Otherwise, it might be accused of influencing, what the police people are doing, right? So this is something the police should be doing, should have done in the past 18 months and haven't properly done.
That's just trashed. Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Good morning, Bossman. Good morning, Mr. Annie, Mr. Jack, Yemie, Marifa, and everybody that have the interest of Mohbad at heart. Well, my own issues with whatsoever is happening in the case of Mohbad is so far so good. The route of looking for justice was never approached. The only thing that was done by a gang of Baba Mohbad was just to pay punch with articles. They had guys around them that were writing wrong narrative. They will claim they wrote a petition. We won't see a petition, a normal petition, but we'll see publication to support the invisible petition. So far, so good. Those are things that we have seen. A gang led by Joseph Aloba has continuously obstruct justice and destroy evidence. The whole world accused him of burying Mohbad's body when the case started, but so far so good to date. Whatsoever I can see that is happening in justice for Mohbad is they continue to destroy the evidence. So, Barrister Tony, thank you so much. You've actually enlightened a lot of people. You see, justice for Mohbad has made a lot of wise people become very stupid. Why am I saying this? Is because the normal thing that is supposed to be done to look for justice out of the lies of Gurexi, his manipulations and their games with the DPP, with the this, with the that. They have claimed that the right thing is not right in Nigeria, or the laws and the rules and the constitution doesn't work in Nigeria. They even made us to believe that there's a powerful person that even with evidence, forensic evidence, virtual evidence, CCTV, so on and so forth, cannot persecute. They emphasized the case and used powerful names to silence the real justice seeker. So far so good. The only thing that we have seen that is working out is they were collecting money, and the money was never used to look for evidence. So my question is, we are all talking about the decision of the DPP that remains static since September 29, 2023. That how can we change it? The last time I listened to San Shitu, he said 3 things has been established out of the lies and the manipulations of people who have given their testimony at the inquest. And so far, so good. I believe the San has also been working to assist the system to deprive Mohbad of the real justice. Now, this is where I'm going. We have seen a lot of inconsistencies of the police. They've gone out of their ethics. The fact that they saw Mohbad's body, they asked the father that where did you report this case to when it happened, and so on and so forth. We can see that some money exchanged hands. Some people's cry was asked to help them to make it easier for them to destroy evidence. Now, we have been going after the family, or we've been expecting the family of Mohbad to guide us to justice. But so far, so good. Whatever they've done is to obstruct justice. Where I'm going to now is, can we say that wherever we are in justice for Mohbad today, whosoever have been able to break the constitution and the law of Nigeria, that says that if somebody dies, or the Corona law of Lagos that says that if somebody dying, the place is supposed to be a crime scene, which only the police can declare a place a crime scene, and so on and so forth. Can we say that the case of justice for Mohbad lies and continue to remain in the hands of the investigative or the detective that we're supposed to do the right job and fail to do it? Or can we say that the justice for Mohbad continue to lie in the hands of the family, who can possibly be suspects, because we've seen where families are also the killers of their relatives, so on and so forth? So can we say the police is the main problem because they failed to investigate the case of Mohbad? And what can we do to put them to do their work? Thank you.
Yeah, so I wouldn't necessarily blame any family member. I don't even like getting involved in such matters. In the same way, I wouldn't place the blame on the spouse of the deceased. I don't have that much evidence to go on that route. I wouldn't go after either the mom of the deceased, the dad, the sisters, the relatives, or whoever. I wouldn't go as far as doing that. And I said that with a reasonable degree of humility as well. The reason being, sometimes it's always good to look at the root cause as opposed to the symptoms. And this is where I come back to square one as well. That if a diligent investigation and prosecution has been done from the get-go, this guy was a high-profile person, right? In the aftermath of this guy's demise, this news went far and wide beyond the shores of Nigeria, all over the world pretty much. So it was high-profile enough for us to know that we as a country should have applied a lot of resources to solving this case. Even if it was spied by the relatives, by the mom, by the spouse, that is not an excuse. It is not the first time in the world that people are spied by people closest to them. So that shouldn't even come into the question. What we're saying is, regardless of who's responsible, if the police had done a good enough job, they would have been able to resolve this case and rule out any suspects, be it the spouse, be it the mom, be it the dad, be it Naira Marley, be it Sam Larry, be it the royal guy, be it anybody that would have been involved, right? That would have been done. And I said something before you came up. I said, in the neighborhood that I know, that I've lived in for many, many years, if the police actually want to resolve a case, there's no case in this Nigeria that is too hard for them to resolve. I can say that with a reasonable degree of certainty, having been on the two sides of the fence, having been a victim myself and a fighter for justice myself, both in and out of the courtroom. I can tell you this for free, and I have multiple examples, right? I can give you examples where the law enforcement don't want to do a job for whatever reasons, which I couldn't tell you and tell, oh, they're not doing it because of X, Y, and Z. I can give you many examples over the years. I can tell you that the reason why the daylight murder of Bola Ige has been unresolved today is not because it cannot be resolved. It's simply because the law enforcement don't want to do it, full stop. I can tell you that for free. You get my point? So if somebody like that can be, quiet like that. Now, fast forward 20-something years later, right? I can tell, and I keep saying that the reason why we are here today is because of the approach to solving this case by the respective and responsible individuals that have been tasked to doing it, full stop. 18 months after, unfortunately, a lot of license inquiries would have been muddled up. People would have moved on. Some people might have died. Some of the witnesses might have relocated. Some of the witnesses might have changed identities. So it becomes more difficult to do it. It's not enough for us or for the prosecuting authorities to take hold of one or two parties to say, oh, wife of the late deceased, you are responsible. Oh, Oba, you are responsible. Oh, Adura, you are responsible. That is not enough, right? Oh, nurse, you applied that injection, you are responsible. All I'm saying is there are so many glaring lines of inquiries that has not been followed up by the people that should know better for whatever reasons, which I'm not aware of, right? That should have been done. If they have done that, then people like us can now say, oh, okay, or they've done this, they've spoken to this, or they've ruled that one out, so it can only be you that is responsible. But they haven't done that. And that is the main reason, the real reason why we are here today. Full stop. Right?
Thank you.
The DPP can only act based on evidence that is presented in front of him. It is not the job of the DPP to be hunting each and interrogating each and every person that was present in that apartment on the day of the incident. It is not his job to do that. It's not no resource to do that. It's not even proper for him to do that.
Thank you, Barrister. I'm happy that you talked about the DPP. Now, you said the DPP is not the one in charge of running around looking for evidence. Now, the public has been acting like private investigator. We've seen people who lifted CCTV. We've seen different things in this movement. To what extent can those evidence be brought to the attention of the DPP that can change their decision? And how, because we have a lot of conspiracy out there, even the driver said that the fight between Wunmi and Mohbad, that if Wunmi was his wife, and that was a direct testimony under oath, that if Wunmi was his wife, he himself was going to beat her that day. And they said a lot of things. Why is it very hard for the DPP to have taken the testimony and instruct the police? Or how do we go about it? Because
No. The DPP cannot. That's actually illegal. So oftentimes, when you get to court as a witness, when you go in front of a court, after you've taken the oath to say, all I'm going to say today is the truth, nothing but the truth, blah, 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 blah. One of the basic questions they ask is this: in the evidence you're giving in this court today, have you been influenced by any party at all, right? Before you here today giving this evidence on oath? That answer should be no. You get my point? Now, the DPP or the prosecutors, which this guy, DPP, also acts as sometimes, right? Is the head of the prosecutorial body anyway, right? You get my point? It's the job of that DPP and the prosecutor to bring that evidence in front of a court. And as part of that, one of the witnesses would be a detective to say, prosecution witness 1, evidence, blah, 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 blah. You're presenting this today, blah, 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 blah. It's actually improper for the DPP to have any hand in that, right? So if, to your point, if I have a piece of crucial evidence, for example, that might be helpful to resolve this case, right? And because of being naive as a member of the public, I approach the DPP with this evidence. You know what that DPP should do? It should refer you to the detective. You got an investigating IPO, amongst others, right? It will refer you to those guys and say, this evidence, because me as a DPP or prosecutor, cannot go to the court and say, Judge, witness, bystander from the public gave me this evidence, I'm presenting it to you. Absolutely not, right? So the DPP, the best it can do to say, right, forward all your evidence to the police, right? And what they should do is to investigate, properly act on it before they can now say, actually, okay, he said X, Y, and Z has done this. I need to invite that person, ask him a few questions, take his statements, and if it's viable enough, I will put it in a file, and that file will form a bundle that now goes to the DPP. So you can see how wherever we go, we still come back to basics. You get my point? A DPP is Director of Public Prosecution, so that's a prosecutor in itself. He represents that body of people prosecuting, criminal acts, right? So ultimately, he would be the one that's going to stand in front of a judge and say to the judge, my lord, I have an accused in front of you. I have a litany of evidences to prove that beyond reasonable doubt that this guy is guilty of what has been. And they will say, okay, now tender your evidence. They will now start asking, how did you get this evidence, blah, blah, blah. And the DPP doesn't actually present that evidence. It calls a prosecution witness, oftentimes a police detective, to say, okay, how did you get to find out about this? What did you do? Was the chain of custody broken? Lots of questions that could be asked, right? To show that the DPP himself didn't influence and wasn't any party to conspiring to digging up this evidence and enforcing a confession from the suspect, amongst others. So those are going to be two independent things, right? A DPP shouldn't be seen as influencing the work of the police, right? Because they're so powerful. If you start giving them that opportunity, then the DPP is very powerful in the game. Listen, DPP would be the same person in charge of prosecuting a crooked law enforcement agent. So if a policeman is accused of taking bribe, for example, and is taken to court, it is the same DPP that will be responsible for doing a diligent prosecution. That's why it's separate. That's why it cannot influence what the detectives do from day to day. Even if an evidence is sent to the DPP, it shouldn't touch it. It should just refer him, right, go to the IPO, go to that police division, go and tender it there. If they feel it's valuable enough, they will put it in the case bundle, and they will send this as an advice to me, the DPP, to go ahead to either prosecute or not, as the case may be. Right. So you can see why we keep landing back to the basics yet again.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Sorry, can I go with the question?
Yeah, go ahead.
First, you're doing wonderful, man. I like your infuse into this movement. As it stands now, Mohbad, the case of Mohbad is already being charged with 2 suspects.
Based on the evidence available at this point, yes.
Yes.
Submitted to the DPP. Based on the evidence available to the DPP, yes. Go ahead.
Okay, based on the evidence. Now, if someone comes up with an evidence tomorrow, maybe the murder weapon or video.
Yeah.
Does that mean they cannot submit it? Because we're hearing the case is closed at the...
No, they can't. Oh, yeah, they can reopen it. No, they can't. So
they can reopen it.
Yeah, there's nothing like a statute of limitation when it comes to murder cases in Nigeria.
So if someone tells you that the case is closed at the IPO's station, what would you say to that?
I wouldn't believe that until I see the evidence in writing. Right, I wouldn't believe that on the face of it.
What type of evidence will convince you that the case is closed?
In writing. So listen, so this is a high-profile case, right? Right. The evidence will be, these guys will publish it to the whole world to say, this case is closed. We're no longer pursuing any lines of inquiries. That is the bare minimum we desire.
Are they required to do that by law?
This is what I would expect.
No, I'm speaking point of law. Are they required by law to do that?
Oh, yeah, they are. Yeah, they are.
So until we see such things, the case is still open.
Law and justice is not secret, right? So let's be clear. So one part of element of justice is transparency. You understand?
Yeah.
One key ingredient of seeking justice and getting justice is transparency. And that is where that comes in.
So you would say officially the case is not closed yet because we don't have any such disclosure from the DPP or the...
Oh, yeah. I don't believe that. I don't believe the case is closed. I don't believe that. No, I don't.
Okay, let's go on another mindset. Who's buying me Smirnoff? From your mom? Oh, tell her I say Baraka de Sala. Thank you. Somebody just bought me a drink. Thank you. All right. So let's change the perspective to something a little bit different now.
And even if the case is closed, it can always be reopened. So let's just go on with that. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. On the DNA, the 2 parties, father and in-law.
Sorry, Mr. African TV.
Yeah,
sorry, sir. Before you change the topic and all that,
all right.
I'm sorry, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to say one thing according to my little findings, and I would like to ask the barrister a particular question. The only thing I want to say firstly is that the aspect of 15 people in the house, so far so good since 2023 till date, nobody, including the people in the house, are yet to mention in number the names of those 15 people in the house. The highest name we've arrived at so far, even there are some names that are not out here, so far are 8, not up to 15. So that makes me to conclude and believe that this aspect of 15 people in the house is another form of distraction and fallacy, you understand? So that is another angle. But the question I want to ask is, this, when you're talking about the, when Sele was talking about the aspect of the family, the police, and all that, in terms of Mohbad being buried earlier, before the assumption, sir, is there any aspect of the law that go against the action of his father, burying him as fast as that without autopsy or without any kind of legal alarm, maybe formal, making a report to the police and all that? You get it? We are told that he went to a police station with the cop and they direct him to another station entirely, which we don't know, maybe they went there or not, which I believe within myself that is not even right under the law. I may be wrong. That is why I'm putting it to you so you could correct my own thinking, that it shouldn't be right taking a cop to a police station and the police allow them to leave with the cop again, which is a kind of exhibit in Nigeria. So I want to ask you, is there any punishable, is that a punishable offense under the law that the body was buried without proper action being taken legally?
Again, rather look at the symptoms of what happened after the fact. I will go to the root cause and I will again put the blame at the door of the police. If, now listen to this, never mind the deceased is high profile. If me, right, as just a Joe blog or another member of the public, if I were to turn up at the area F, for example, I believe that is in Ogba in Ikeja there, with a dead body of a nobody, never mind high profile, right? And I say, I got a dead body here. I want to get a report from you guys to say a pipe somewhere. I don't believe the police will let me go. I don't believe they would. Never mind high profile. Right? I believe what they should have done was to say, oh, really? A pipe? Where? When? How? Right? And then follow that up. You know, when I say follow up, I would want to know the last place this guy was found alive. Right? I would want to go to this guy's apartment and take forensic, capture the scene, take pictures at the very minimum. At the very minimum. And I would want to do that within 24 hours of you coming up with a dead body. And I'll hold you down there. I will hold you there, yeah, to write a statement to that fact. Right? I will be armed with that statement and then head over to the last known residence of where this guy was. So as to look around, right? If I have to take forensic, if I have to take pictures, I will do all that. Right? Before I even give you that report. I can't just give you a report based on the fact that you said X, Y, Z, especially, you know, when I now know the person I'm dealing with is high profile. I would do that in the first instance. Even if I don't have any proof that he died under mysterious circumstances, even if I don't have any, my mind will be so open. I would do that as a matter of fact before we even go anywhere near, oh yeah, I'll give you that report to go and bury the person. No, right? That's what I would do. Now, to the extent that I didn't do that and I turned them away, I can't see why one in their right senses will now blame the father of the deceased for hastily, in quotes. We're only saying because of the benefit of what we know today, right, for burying the guy in question. Because I could play devil's advocate and I could tell you that based on the limited amount of facts and evidence, with the father of the deceased at the time, he probably took that decision based on the fact that he wasn't in the know, that there was all these controversies about a big fight, an argument, blah, 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 going on at the time, in the run-up to the 24 hours before, and then he now buried the guy. I could argue that fact. But I'm saying that the initial cop-up was done by the police, that when a high-profile deceased person is brought in front of them as having been pied, they didn't take any step to, follow up any lines to say, at least, if they have done that, at least we would have been a little bit nearer to ruling out a few pieces of evidence. For example, to your point, the guy that just spoke, we would have been able to clear up how many people were in that place at that point in time on that day, as opposed to guessing, was it 6, 7, 15? If the police have done all that, right, they would have been able to do that. You know how they would have done that? Even where there is no CCTV in the premises at the time, there could have been CCTV in surrounding premises that they could have secured to be able to let them know who was going in and out of their premises on that night in the 24 hours prior to the murder of the deceased. Now you can see where we keep arriving back at the point. So I wouldn't blame whoever hastily buried him, because if I did that, I would only be dealing with the symptoms of the issue rather than the root cause itself.
Right. I've gotten the point and the fact. Thank you so very much, sir. I really appreciate that. At least that changed some kind of view, some kind of thinking, and on the fact, because me and Sele, we've been talking about this for a very long time, taking the body to the police station as claimed, and most of us, me in particular, I've made some kind of move on that, and I've discovered some kind of fact which still contradicts each other. You understand? Different from what we are told from the father, different from what we get from the station, stuffs like that. So
I wouldn't agree with that though. At least it went as far as giving the police a heads up. You understand? Yeah.
I get that. I get that part. I got that part.
I probably wouldn't have done it that way, but people
react. No, I told you that the indictment of the police, that is the second exhibit of indictment on the police, because the body of the dead body was brought to your station.
Exactly. Yes.
And then with the ambulance. You guys did not deem it free to go into the ambulance to check up the body. And they just brought the dead body to you guys, and you allow all those people that came to you to walk away.
Exactly.
Of saying that there were statements, they took statements. To what end would they?
Now, Arifa, you have to explain that statement and let Barrister to understand what actually transpired at the station. Arifa, are you there?
Come again, Bossman. Sorry, come again.
That is indicting enough. They should send them away.
No. Arifa, especially what went down at the station when the body was brought to the station. What, according to
the information gathered so far was when the body was being taken to the station, they were told the father requested for a police report in order to deposit the body in the morgue. You understand? And meanwhile, we later get an information that there was a death summary being issued at an hospital, which can be used to put the body at the morgue earlier. But The father requested for police report, which he told us it was about to be given before somebody came in and said they should deny him of that opportunity. Then they should take the body to the station that covers the jurisdictions and all that. So that is what happened so far. So, but just to clear that part, I'm happy I get this from the barrister now, and I'm very, very pleased and happy, and it really solved a lot in my heart. Even when I'm no more, interested in the movement and all that, but it still gives me a joy because I've suffered a lot for it, and it gives me a joy, a kind of free mind towards so many people now, including the father himself. He has done the right thing by taking the body to the station and all that. So, but being denied the opportunity means a lot, and best known to each party. But I think I've gotten the information I need. Thank you so very much, Barrister.
So now,
Barrister, I have to go.
Arifa, thank you so much, Arifa. So back to you, stay on the same topic, Barrister. Now, when the body was taken to the station, which was the right thing, because they drove the body with the body was in the ambulance, and according to the rumor from the other side, that they told the father to go to another jurisdiction that is closer to the area. But I was saying that were they not supposed to, when they heard that they brought the dead body in the house into the station, they were supposed to go check up the body and start asking questions instead of sending them to go to the next jurisdiction that is closer to the house. Am I right, sir?
Yeah, that's why I said missed opportunity. That's why I said that was one missed opportunity. So, and guess what? When it comes to diligent prosecution and how this has been handled, this is yet another one to tell them at that time that when this guy brought this body here first time, why did you send him to a different division? Report it.
Now let me give you
another keen to find out. Yeah, go ahead.
Now let me give another angle to it, because I'm trying to kill any other stories that's going to be coming from the other side, saying that, when he got there, what did they tell the police? Okay, they claim that when they got there, he told the police that he needed police reports for the dead body so that they can go and bury the body. And I was like, either asking for police report or whatever. So far that the dead body was driven into the police premises and they heard that the dead body don't by, they're supposed to arrest them or detain them first. I'm sorry, is that the right thing to do?
No, not arrest them. No.
Detain them and ask questions.
Yeah, so they haven't committed a crime on the face of it, but they would have needed to take their statements as witnesses to the death of somebody they brought in, not as accused person. No,
sorry, I'm taking the word arrest.
That was enough at that point to arrest them.
No. I'm taking the word arrest. That was
take their statement. Yeah. To take their statements, yes.
So it is actually wrong for them to have told them to take the body to the next.
Extremely wrong. Yeah, very wrong.
So that's an indictment. As in all ramification, that's an indictment on the police officer that was on duty that day, that night.
Yes, absolutely, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
We're on the right path.
Yeah.
So you really tried. You've been here for 6 hours.
Even if it was reported at the wrong division, it is the job of the police people to coordinate how to get them to the right place, not to send them away without doing anything more. Because you know why? Anything could have happened to who came to report or the body that they brought between the time they left you and wherever they were going to.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, sir. You're right. So, Miss H, are you there? Yam. Salah, do you have any thing to say? Barrister, I've tried it.
Well, I just want to. I'm not going to bore Barrister, but I think at this point, for us to understand where we are, how we got here, there's reasons for us to look at what has actually happened, the conspiracy that actually got us here. And without looking at it, it will be very hard for us to checkmate to see have we made any progress. As far as justice for Mohbad is concerned, and I'm concerned about it, wherever we had this time with the DPP or the Corona inquest or the case in totality, I think that the people or the investigative team already closed a file of no evidence, because so far since September 29, because the inquest started September 29, 2023, where IPO, Mohammed or one team and others introduced themselves, until date we've heard nothing from them. Now, we also heard at that time that all stations settled. Whatsoever decision was with the DPP as at September 29, 2023, the only difference is Prime Boy has been exonerated. My question now is, or my conclusion is, do you think that so far so good, all the things that the public has been advocating for has been in the listening ear of the DPP or any concern? Because I believe even the DPP is part of the public. The DPP is an human being that's supposed to also be aware of these problems of crime, because you being the DPP doesn't mean that a crime cannot be committed at your backyard or something bad cannot happen to you. Now, I'm going to our corporate social responsibility. Are you saying that as a police officer in the society, as a pathologist, as a driver, as anything you want to say, call yourself professional that you are you saying that they read an inconclusive autopsy for us, toxicology, as a pathologist, you heard the things that they were talking about? Are you saying, and lawyers also heard different things, I know many lawyers that have heard things that was testified in the Corona inquest that triggered them to say, why can't the man do this? Why can't the man do that? The excuse they used to give to us then is they've written a petition, just like the embalmment. We said by petitioning the person that embalmed Mohbad, according to the Corona law, it is wrong to embalm somebody. Just like Arifa asked, to bury somebody without knowing the cause of death, according to Corona law, is also a crime. Now, sitting at a neutral place as a lawyer, as a barrister, as a son, as a doctor, pathologist, someone that deals with DNA, listening to this case of Mohbad, as a police officer, as an investor from abroad or from anywhere, do you think that the case of Mohbad, since September 29, that Sam Falana came out to say that an inquest is going to be open to unravel, for anyone that is neutral looking at the case of Mohbad, do you think that there is any kind of hope that this case is given to the normal way of life of citizens and non-citizens of Nigeria? And do you think that the Corona itself has been able to do any better in the case of justice for Mohbad that we are at this time? Don't forget the DPP decision at the beginning to say he bled profusely, he was injected, the lies that later we saw that they were all lies, and nothing is changing in the decision, but the lies are changing. So do you think that there is any hope of justice from this whole system as the way things are at this time? The body of Mohbad is rotting already. which is supposed to be something to work with to get the cause of death, it has been destroyed, and so on and so forth. No full forensic was done. No, all the things that was supposed to have brought out evidence of this case. Now, the case being with the DPP is a no evidence case. Do you think that in the future, evidence can be admissible to change the course of this justice, to actually give us justice? Thank you.
So I answered that question before. The straightforward answer to that is yes. Even if this case is closed, which I don't believe it is yet, at least in principle by way of evidence, in practice you may say yes, but on the face of it, this case is still open. But even if this case is closed, in the light of new evidence coming up in future, it can indeed be reopened, yes, and the respective potential suspects holding, even if they've been questioned before, even if they've been arrested before, right, they can always get back in if the evidence so supports it, right? That is one hand. Let me address a few other stuff you mentioned on the legal perspective. Now, one huge error we've made in this case so far is to place too much weight and relevance to the role of a coroner when it comes to the homicide or the death of any citizen. We've placed too much weight on the role of a coroner. And the reason we've done so is because we are incorrectly, right, covering up for the lapses of the law enforcement agents, full stop, right? We know how many people die in Nigeria on a daily basis, both high profile and low profile. Gentlemen and ladies, in terms of percentages, how many of these deaths are subject to a coroner inquest? I put it to you guys, less than 1%. Indeed, that is the way it should be. Indeed, that is the way it is in other countries as well. It's not every death that goes to a coroner court, right? It's less than 1%. You know why? The coroner court is not resourced to do that, right? Unexplained death, yes, possibly. I've lost both my parents, right? They both died before their prime, maybe in their 50s or 60s. We didn't have to go to a coroner inquest. One possibly died at home, the other died in hospital. We didn't have to. Yeah, we got a police report, yes, but they all buried. We were not subject to any issues that would broke the law, blah, blah, blah. So you can see why, in this instance, of all the people on this panel, if I was going to take a rough poll, I know at least one or more would have lost a loved person in the past. And I can guarantee you it wasn't subject to a coroner inquest. And even if it did, it was. We wouldn't want to attribute the functions of law enforcement agencies to that of a coroner inquest. And it was working after the fact. After this guy was buried, and there was a huge outcry on the circumstances leading to the... it was quite emotive at the time. A few others came out, allegations of bullying, or potential threats to life. It's has been buried, we need to... So they swung into action. I'm not saying it wasn't right that the coroner inquest was instituted. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is that between then and now, right, there's a lot that should have been done by the law enforcement agents to unravel the mystery behind this case, not necessarily the coroner. The remit of the coroner is extremely limited, very, very limited, right? And I wouldn't want to go into the details of that. What I'm saying is, in actual fact, right, let me tell you something, in actual fact, the sequence of events, because I've practiced in other countries as well. When the coroner inquest is opened, when somebody dies, guess what, guys? If the death is unexplained, suspicious, you know what will normally happen? A coroner inquest will be open and suspended at the same time. When I say at the same time, within 24 hours. I'll tell you why. Let me repeat that. When there's an unexplained death, right, and is the subject to a coroner inquest, right, a coroner court is opened and suspended almost immediately. You know why? The baton goes back to the police, right, to start unraveling, right, picking up whoever, right, finding out exactly what happened. That is not the job of the coroner. The police will do all that, and let me tell you something, oftentimes, when that work of the police is going on, right, anything going on in the coroner is suspended until after the end of the criminal proceedings. That is what happens. I'm not making this up. That is what happens. Yeah? Until after the conclusion. And I'll tell you why that often happens. You know why? Because oftentimes there's a conflict of interest. That's one. Oftentimes witnesses, right, potential witnesses, right, are often afraid to implicate themselves in front of the coroner when there are suspects being questioned by the police as well. Right? So what you find is if you run the two side by side, it often interferes with your true quest for justice. So what should happen is the coroner would open, close, suspended at that point and say, police, over to you, do your job. They do their job to an extent, right? In the normal course of events, they would now say, oh yeah, we've done this, we've been able to pick up accused A, B, and C, we've charged them to court. The coroner is not going to call those witnesses. They will just sit down there and suspend it until the end of the criminal proceedings. Now, if an accused person is now found guilty at the end of the proceedings, that accused person will never ever be present in the coroner again. You know why? Because the facts surrounding the demise of that person is being sorted out, is being resolved in the criminal proceedings, full stop. Right? If the coroner inquest were to continue sitting, you know why? It wouldn't be to establish the guilt of who pied whoever. It would be for lessons learned, right, as a result of what happened, full stop. Right? Because the coroner actually, performs that function as well to say, okay, this person is pied, this person has been caught, has been sentenced. What lesson can we learn in the circumstances surrounding the demise of this guy? I can use this mobile case as an example too. Say in actual fact, at the end of the day, the only parties that were held responsible for the plight of mobile are the nurse and whoever participated in the nurse and the injection and whatever. And the nurse is found guilty of negligence or manslaughter or whatever, right? What should happen in a sane society is the coroner can now pop up after the end of those proceedings and say, as lessons learned, what have we learned from this demise? It could be a recommendation that auxiliary nurses, not properly licensed nurses, shouldn't be allowed to go to start picking up prescriptions that hasn't been properly vetted. You know, the coroner could even pass comments and judgment on the prosecution as well, that the prosecution wasn't diligent enough, a few lapses here and there wasn't followed up. I will now send a recommendation to the respective parties, to the police to say in future, if somebody turns up at your doorstep with a dead body, you don't send them away in the middle of the night to a different division. If you have to do that, you coordinate that effort, you champion that effort, you radio that division, you escort them to that place, and then you follow it up, you go to the deceased apartment, you secure. That is the job of the prosecutor, of the coroner. And the point I'm making here is because of the gaps in a failed system, we've attributed too much work on the coroner inquest when the basic and rudimentary detective work has not been done. Full stop. That is where we are today. Right? I'm not going to look at the coroner inquest giving of justice. The coroner inquest can never give you justice if you're looking for a murder suspect. It never happens. You get my point? Even if even if they come up with the facts to say, okay, based on the witnesses today, we suspect that person has been the. Go on. You said what?
So can you repeat that the corona inquest cannot indict anybody or put anybody in the place of suspect or something?
They can only recommend, they can only give advice to the respective parties. Full stop. Right? And indeed, they cannot force the DPP to charge anybody to court. Right? A DPP would only charge anybody to court based on the evidence in a bundle as advised by the... If the coroner says today that, witnesses have been out, we suspect X, Y, and Z is played a bigger role in the pie of this person based on the evidence submitted to us, that in itself is not going to trigger a prosecution, right? What will happen is that will be sent back to the investigating police officer to test that fact check it, investigate more. If the IPO is now satisfied, it will put that in a case bundle with the supporting evidence and send it to the DPP, who would then lay charges. That is the sequence of events. Nothing more than that. Right? And I say that we place too much emphasis on the role of a coroner in this case, and that is unfortunate because we just covered up the lapses, right, that has been made by the proper bodies tasked with investigating this homicide, potential homicide, be it intentional or not. Right.
So, in summary, the corona inquest that started September 29, 2023, funded by the advertised by the public because they did not allow any media in the inquest. There's no media coverage. Can we now conclude that corona is actually used to protect and continue to protect the people that are supposed to have been arrested?
No, I don't believe that. You know why I said so? I say so that whatever the coroner is doing should be independent in this case to what is happening in the real world. So the coroner sitting doesn't preclude the law enforcement agents going after people that they deem people of interest in this case. It doesn't. Right? It doesn't.
So, Barrister, now we can say, because when Brekete called the police PRO regarding the case of Mohbad, the police PRO said that the Lagos state government took over the case of Mohbad from them, and they were unable to explain anything. The person that was able to explain something to us was the Commissioner of Information. So can we say the place of the police or the police was made to leave the case for a reason?
So Lagos state government is a wild and wide notation as it were. So it could include law enforcement agents as well. You know, we've got the state police command, right? So it could be one of those. It could include the DPP. You get my point. So I wouldn't probably want to go too deep into ascribing any negative meaning to that. It could be because of to put it in your words, right? If I have a high-profile person that you believe died under mysterious circumstances, and there's been this worldwide attention, and it was this local police division dealing with it, and on the face of what we've seen so far there, the citizens really didn't believe that there's enough traction going on in this case. It's not uncommon for the whole state government to deploy all the state judicial law enforcement apparatus to be able to deal with that case with the viewpoint of getting justice. So that is not uncommon, as a matter of fact. Yeah, so I wouldn't say.
Barrister, just like Mr. Yomi Mr. Yomi Fabiyi had an alteration with Adura. Adura sent him a message to say, so person, I have a video evidence of so person pushing my brother. Does that mean that if somebody comes out to the public and say, I buy Mohbad, there is nothing at time that is going to actually be done?
No, I'm not saying that. So if I come out today and I said to you, I said openly that I buy somebody, that in itself is not going to be enough ingredients to charge me and convict me of murder, right? Me, as a diligent law enforcement agent, would say anybody could come out today and say anything. Indeed, there are several instances in the world, they call them oaks scholars, that people just pop out of boredom, out of mischief. Wait.
Brother.
No, I understand. I'm just giving examples. So, I said out of boredom, out of mischief. And the last thing I was going to say before you mentioned was out of an ulterior motive, can come and say anything. I could come up today, Sele, and accuse you of buying Mohbad, right? It doesn't matter who you are. You could be the wife, you could be the... Within instances where close siblings, right, and close relatives have falsely come out to accuse people of, or accuse, they've made certain self-indicting accusations of doing X, Y, and Z. And after investigation, they've been deemed to be wrong. That has happened multiple times before, full stop, right? So to your point, I wouldn't take that on itself as that I can send to the DPP. I would investigate and test the veracity of your claims. How can I do that? By diligently investigating and looking for the evidence to support what you are saying. Because I know that when I get to court, I would need corroborating evidence of what I've just said. If I don't have that proof, there's no forensic that has been done, there's no supporting facts, there are no witnesses, that prosecution is not going to go anywhere. You get my point? So what I expect them to have done is for the police to follow that up, as we've said again and again and again, right? Investigate all the lines, all the open lines. It doesn't matter who comes to you to confess. You don't take it as gospel. You follow it up, you investigate it, you look for the facts to support it. Only then are you now saying, oh, okay, he said it, we've seen the evidence to support it. There you go, DPP, do your job.
Wow. In this case, sir, the police told, according to Mr. Yomi, because he was the one reporting back to the public, that they are not handling the case of the Panya of Mohbad, that the only case that they have against Adura and Darosh and Damola in that situation, according to his petition, is for impersonation. So do you think that the police actually wants to deal with the case of Mohbad, even if an evidence is coming to them? Because they said that the case, Oga at the top said they should not deal with the case of buying of Mohbad. It should be treated as impersonation, which they went to court.
Okay, so that may be true or false, but for obvious reasons, I couldn't pass a specific judgment or form an opinion on that. I said that as hearsay. You get my point. I wasn't there when it was said. It wasn't published. It was what somebody purportedly, allegedly said to somebody else. So I couldn't, on the basis of that, tell you in all good conscience that, oh yeah, they're not doing this because it said something to somebody else. It will be against the excess of my profession to make a judgment call on that. Yeah. All I can tell you, based on the facts available today, is the diligent prosecution hasn't so far been done. And I'll give you the reasons why that is the case. There's been so many open lines of inquiries. There's been so many missed opportunities, right? And I've given real-life examples that if I was a Joe Public and I turn up in the area F Oba and I had a dead body in my car. You get my point. I wouldn't expect the police to say, oh, yeah, go to that other division. You get my point. I would expect a diligent prosecution to say, or law enforcement to say, oh, how come? Where was this guy? What happened? Oh, yeah, let's go to the house. Let's take this forensic blood. That's what I would expect them to do. So I said they haven't done that. You can see a litany of gaps. Some of them might be willful. Some of them might be deliberate. Some of them may be not. But taken as a whole. You understand? Taken as a whole. Yeah, there's so many missed opportunities. If those opportunities were not missed, I can tell you for a fact, we wouldn't even be in a coroner inquest 18 months after the fact. That one I can tell you for a fact. Yeah. We wouldn't even be talking about, the coroner inquest dragging on and on and on and on, because we kind of, we place too much emphasis in giving the coroner inquest the role that in the normal world is not supposed to, right? And to be fair on the Nigerian police, right, where we've had so many high-profile cases, low-profile even, where people have been fired, even fired by the police themselves, that has been prosecuted successfully within a year because the will was there, the intent, the genuine intent. That was a friend of mine. I don't know if you guys heard. That was about a couple of years ago. She was she worked for the legal department in Lagos State at the time. She was minding her business, coming from church on that fateful morning on Lekki Aja Expressway, and a trigger-happy cop shot her dead. Right, that case has been concluded. That was only 2 or 3 years ago. It was not within a year. That guy is now, condemned to death. Right? You get my point?
Yeah.
That death wasn't caused by an unknown. It was actually by the people that they stand condemned in the whole judiciary or law enforcement, right? The police himself, right? That guy was picked up, right? That lady that got fired is not as high profile as Mobile at the end of the day, right? She wasn't, right? But the reason why they didn't waste a year at the inquest was because the police and the prosecuting authorities, they were ready, right, to be genuine and diligent in the prosecution of that case. It didn't go on for 4 years. It didn't go on for 2 or 3 years. You understand my point?
Yeah, we got it.
Barrister, you
Thank you so much.
has been so insightful.
At least now we know somebody is lying to us.
Now, Barrister, can you just go take a break, go get a bottle of water?
Exactly. I don't think he's had anything to eat.
For 6 hours,
He's not had anything to eat. He hasn't had a break.
Yes, 6 hours.
He's been on and on and on all day.
When somebody stands in court, cross-examining for 4 or 5 hours, standing up,
Oh my God.
lying down on a Saturday morning is child's play, pretty much.
I actually woke up with you and I'm still...
Barrister.
And Bossman will tell you, this is not a regular occurrence. This is one thing. That's why I'm spending as much time as possible. Because the next time you see me on a panel like this might be in a year's time, maybe more.
And this is why I never wanted to come up. I was like, oh, this is the last opportunity. I don't know when to...
Barrister, this question is for you. This question is for you, sir. We have about almost 97 people and thousands on the FYP. If you were the one that was contacted or that was briefed to take over this case of justice for Mohbad, would you have done something differently from where we are and the way it is right now? If you were...
If you are aware, instead of who are you going to... Because there's been so many lawyers in this case. Right?
Yeah, 3 lawyers so far. Barrister Dumusu, the son, because the son has been there now for a year now.
Okay, so there's only so much I can do when it comes to criminal prosecution and diligent prosecution of cases, right? So, again, whatever lapses, whatever infractions, whatever inactions they might want to ascribe to people like the son, the eminent son, the Odumosu you mentioned. I'm afraid I would say that is us, once again, dealing with the symptoms, right? Under normal circumstances, and I'm giving you examples, right, of so many high-profile cases, low-profile cases, unknown people, right?
I know you're going to be diplomatic.
Yeah.
That's why I don't want to mention
I'm not being specific, and that's what I'm saying. If
you were the one that was in charge of this case. Forget about the names. If you were the one in charge of this case.
Yes.
Right?
Let me add to the question. I think, Barrister, what we're trying to ask you is, when you pointed out the flaws, what actions would you have taken, as soon as you came into the case to ensure that those flaws were dealt with? Simply put.
I'll probably try as much as possible to hold the police more accountable. That's all I would be able to do. To hold them more. So when I say hold them accountable, I mean pointing out those flaws, because all these flaws I've mentioned so far, it's not something that is hidden, right? It's not something that's secret. It's not that is open out there, right? That's what I would have done differently.
Clap for him now, please.
I'll be hammering on those flaws, on those facts, because I know they have evidence that being touched, they're being compromised. That's what I would do differently.
But can I just ask one more question? Are you saying this because you are not directly involved in the case? Because obviously we don't know if the other barristers or SARS were bribed or had been.
No. If I was involved in the case, in that role that Bossman mentioned, I probably would be more forceful than what I'm saying here today. Right? Yeah. Right? Yeah. I will articulate these flaws even more than what I've said today. And I would have done that, well before now, every day, each passing day. You understand? So, yeah. And this thing actually happens in other countries as well. So it's not unusual that the family of the deceased has got their attorneys to oversee the case. I mean, we've seen many cases abroad where, say, for example, in the US, where you have high incidents of police brutality. Within 24 hours, you see one or two lawyers popping up for the family, and they start talking about the police have done wrong. They haven't done this in this case. We're not happy with this. You get my press conferences all the time, right? Not fighting about wills or testaments, but talking about the police investigation. If they're not happy, they're coming up and saying that, even before any charges. So that's what I would have done to answer Bossman's question. Right? And that's symptomatic of what happens in other countries, not just specific to Nigeria, right?
I have some questions for you, Mr. Tony.
Thank you, Barrister.
Yeah, sorry. Let me ask my question, please. Can you let me ask my question?
Yes, Mr. Jack.
Yeah. Number one question I want to ask you is this: If you were a part of the legal team of Mohbad, or let's say, for instance, if you were a part of the legal team, not Mohbad now, that were out in the first instance to champion this cause, what would you have done differently? And how would you have handled the whole situation? That's number one. Number two, if you were a lawyer, a legal representative, if you were involved in the this coroner process, what would you have done differently, and what would have been your role? What would have been your role in this whole process? What would you have challenged? What are the things you would have objected, raised objections against? Let me ask you those two questions first.
Okay, so for the first part of your question, I believe I shed a bit more light. What would I have done if I was a legal representative? So I believe when you say that, you mean a legal representative protecting the interests of the family of the deceased. That's what you mean. Yes, I've said that. I'll be more vocal pointing out the lapses from day one, right, of how this case has been bungled up and continues to be bungled up by the law enforcement. That would be my, my point of call. In addition to that, I would, and it's not uncommon, it's not unusual, I would also, if I have the resources to do that, I will also hire the services of a discreet private investigator to start digging around.
You see what is going on here? You see?
Digging around.
Thank you so much.
Looking for more and more incriminating evidence that could lead me to justice, and start using that to spoon feed the police as well. Again, this is not uncommon, it's not unusual, and in other countries as well, including Nigeria, right? Where something happens, you don't feel the police are doing enough job, or you have the resources, you start making your own discrete inquiries, looking for where you can find that evidence and spoon feed the relevant authorities with this. That's what I would have done differently to answer the question.
Yeah, number one question answered. But before you move to the number two question, that number one, I wanna, based on what you said, I wanna put forward another question. Let's now assume that you have pointed out the flaws of the police. You were able to point out the flaws in the whole of the investigation process and everything and all that. And after pointing it out, the authority, the police, they're still not doing the right thing. What you think the right thing? What you think the areas you think that they should dive into in terms of digging up evidence, facts, and stuff like that? How would you, or what can you do to get them to do those things that you, as the legal team lead of the Justice for Mobile, how would you get them to do those things? What are the likely steps you would take to get them to do those things, knowing that if they do not do those things, even though you engage private investigators to work for you to dig up those things, that they dig it up, if they still do not do it, what can you do to make them do it? Because it is only when they do it that those information, those facts, the evidence, whatever, can make meaning. Let me stop.
Okay, so I touched on that a bit earlier on. We probably weren't here then. So I started by saying that the police, they don't exist in a vacuum. They didn't just drop out from space. They are accountable to several institutions and bodies. For example, a local division reports to an area division. That goes all the way to the Inspector General over in Abuja. That IG also reports to politicians as well. You got Minister of Police Affairs, you got Attorney General, Minister of Justice. You got all those lines, right? And all those lines are there for a reason, escalation, right? So if I'm speaking to a local division, they're not happy with this case, right? I would then escalate forcefully to all those other lines of the inquiry. Because if, for example, if I jump through those lines and I head to, say, Mr. President, for example, or a Minister of Justice or the federal level, for example, the question would be, if you're not happy, have you spoken to the area chief? Have you spoken to the IG? Because that's what they're going to say. Even if you haven't done that, all these guys will do up the top is refine. So Mr. Penn will say, why is this guy coming to me? Minister of Justice, please look into this case. That one too will get to the IG. The IG will go to local, right? So the answer to your question is, I will go through that in terms of escalation and keep screaming, and keep pushing, and keep applying that pressure day in, day out. In the meantime, I have my private investigator also working discreetly. Anything that the police are covering up, for example, not willing to follow up as a list, hopefully sort of something like and I'll be exposing that, bringing it to the public domain and escalating of the change. And I tell you the reason why, right? If you want to be pessimistic, you could say to me, oh, Mr. Tony, what if you've done all that and nothing still happens? And then I end up closing the case. That is why I will now say to you that ultimately, when I now launch a civil litigation, it wouldn't bring Mohbad back, right? But it might last as a lesson. If I now launch a civil prosecution regarding the diligence and careless investigation the police have done so far, I stand a much more higher chances of getting a bit of justice instead of punitive damages. Or in addition, that case being reopened. Over the years, loyalties do change. Whoever is the minister today, is the local police chief today, is the Oba today, might not be there next year, might not be there in 2 years' time. A murder case is not subject to a statute of limitation. It can always be reopened. So by the time loyalties change, I might still have a semblance of justice, even if it's delayed. So that's what I would have done differently. I wouldn't just,
Barrister.
my hands.
So Barrister.
Nothing I can do, right? Yeah,
Barrister. Regarding to the issue of the private investigator, is it already late, or is there something we can still do regarding to that?
Okay, so I got two answers for that, right? The generic one is it's never too late to seek justice. The second part of the answer is 18 months down the line is 10 times more difficult. It becomes much more harder to get that justice. So many missed opportunities. Some of these opportunities, you cannot get them back. You cannot recreate some of these stuff that happened on the night, right? Some of these witnesses might have relocated, not available. Some of them are quiet. God forbid they do. Right. So whether or not it's possible or not, I can just tell you it's 10 times more difficult now, 18 months after the fact. That one I can tell you for free. In the same way, if you're hunting for forensic and you have a piece of evidence that the veracity, the usefulness of that forensic is something you could have secured a year ago. A year and a half later, that piece of evidence is being carelessly discarded. You cannot tell me it's going to have the same evidential quality 2 years later than it would have done a year or two.
But Barrister, can you hear me, sir? Sorry for interjecting. But in the case of the forensic, is it forensic of the house? Either phone forensic? When the boy died, they did not they did not, what's it called? They did not shut down the house. They didn't do all that.
That is there. And to your point, that is why if somebody came up, I can't remember the guy's name, and started telling me or offering an opinion that, Barrister, there was only 6 people in the house, that was 5, that was 15, the forensic evidence of all the fingerprints in that house will flush out who was there, correct?
Exactly.
But
Barrister,
we wouldn't be subject to this guesswork.
Forensic of the whatever in the house, no matter how, though, that's why I keep saying indictment. In this case, do you agree with me? Will you agree with me that the police tampered with evidence of the crime spots?
I'm not in a position to say that because I'm not even aware if they actually secured that premises on the night or the morning after.
Not at all.
I don't know if they did that. So I wouldn't go as far as
9 days after.
But they didn't do their job. I can say that for free.
Yes.
So with the evidence.
Regarding to this, that they did not, what's it called? Is it barricade? They did not.
Cordon off.
The place, and then till date, should we say that regarding to this, the police are also indicted in this regard?
Yeah, and I said so that's part of the ingredients of the civil litigation.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I said that much.
Mr. Tony, there's something I want to...
Sorry, Jack, let me just ask the question based on what he's saying, if you don't mind. I'm so sorry. Okay, Barrister, so I know you're saying it's, yes, it's going to be like difficult, but I think if they do extensive, or should I use the word rigorous forensic, whether it's on the phone or, as you said, generally, like if they take very good chemicals back to that property, they'll be able to see the blood spots.
Yeah, we still go to do that. That's the one is small. That is not my
Not necessarily. It depends what you're looking for, and it depends on the volume of what you're looking for. If it's just a nail spatter that went on a piece of carpet and it's redecorated and whatever, it might be more difficult.
Because they've decorated the place, the house is already hit.
And it becomes a long shot to be able to do that.
Okay, so what about the phone forensics? If they did a rigorous phone forensic, would that work?
Of course, for forensics here.
That would just be part of a bigger jigsaw. It would be a bigger piece that wouldn't stand up on its own, right? It would be a bigger piece. They have to join up with others. That's what I'm saying. That's why you need that holistic approach, where you need to pick up bits from every angle, every gap that has been touched on.
Okay, my final question, Barrister. If the police this is why sometimes I don't like to give the Nigerian police some kudos. If the Nigerian police has a good homicide investigative unit, do you think as of the time now, do you think anything is still redeemable in terms of forensics?
It depends. Depends what forensic you're looking for. If you're talking about phone records, oh yes, some of these records are kept for 7 years, with the cloud providers. If you're talking about that, definitely yes. If you're talking about much more delicate, fragile pieces of evidence in the crime scene, highly unlikely. Not impossible, but highly unlikely.
Right. So if they have phone forensics and they're able to get some key witnesses, do we have a shot? Yes or no?
Potentially, yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you.
Potentially, yes.
Mr. Tony, yeah, I want to ask you. Okay, don't let me say I want to ask you. But you see, I actually fell asleep at some point. So, as a matter of fact, for like a couple of hours. So now, but before I did, there was an issue we were actually discussing where African TV was asking a question about, and based on your response, I understand that there is something you still you need to probably maybe I need to ask a question. I wouldn't say you don't understand about this case, and that thing is this, because I love the answers you've given now, and you've actually pointed out that the flaws of the police. I like that. That's very important, but at the same time, let us not forget that the police, they do not, just as you've said, they do not exist in a vacuum. They do not exist on their own. There is somebody who is responsible for the action. You understand? Because if you look at all of this thing, the police, the IG, is an appointee of the president. Okay, he's an appointee of the federal government. So now, if you look at what's it called, Attorney General as well, he's an appointee as well. Appointee of either the president, or if you are talking about the state level, then is an appointee to the governor or of the governor. So now, the police, they are not just acting on their own. They've got somebody who is overseeing their activities, and somebody can call them to order. Somebody can either call them to order for good or call them to order for something bad. So now, in the case of Mohbad, from everything that I have personally seen, and based on the fact that I understand some certain things at the same time, it is more than abundantly clear to me that the Lagos State government, by extension the federal government of Nigeria, they do not want this Mohbad case, they do not want the people behind this case to be unveiled. And that is the reason, as well of course I know, there is a standing instruction to the police not to do the right thing. So either ways, if you like, that's what at this point I know, go and bring million sands from Pluto, from wherever you want to bring them. There is nothing, they're not going to achieve anything on this case. For as long as the Attorney General is the author and finisher of their fate, as far as the judicial system is concerned, and for as long as he answers to the call of the governor or the president, and as far as the IG himself, we remain loyal forever to the person that has put him there, and the commissioner will remain loyal to the governor. It is clear that these people, like now, Stella was saying that the police, don't you know, the police, they don't want to do it because they said that the Lagos has taken over this case from them. What he's simply saying is that we're saying that it depends on when you say Lagos, you should say what it can be this, it can be that, which I understand. It is simply the Ministry of Justice. It is the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Justice, DPP is a creation of Ministry of Justice. And by extension, whatever they say, it is the voice of the Attorney General. And they have spoken, they've taken over the case from the police. And that is the reason why the police are being rendered powerless. They can no longer do anything as far as the investigation is concerned on that case until or unless there is further instruction given by the Attorney General. If he deems it fit that there is every reason for the police to launch fresh investigation, they will do so. But as it stands, they do not deem it fit. And it's not like they do not want to deem it fit. They deliberately do not want to deem it fit. So, I don't know if that is your position as well, because when anybody, if you're saying the police, if you're pointing out the flaws of the police, then you can never isolate the police from their boss, their creator, the person who brought them into being, the person who appointed the master, the IG. You cannot. The two cannot be separated. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay, so with all due respect, though, I'll try to draw that line here since I've been here, right? Whilst I am not going to straightforward challenge that conspiracy you just mentioned, by the ethics of my own profession, I go mainly by evidence and proof. I'm not able to comment either way on that. There may be, there may not be. I don't have that evidence to support what you're saying. I'm not saying what you're saying is right or wrong, but I'm just trying to be as ethically inclined as possible. I wouldn't be able to stand here today and tell you, oh, Mr. Jack, I do agree with you. This is a definite result of conspiracy in high places that has led all the way from the police commissioner to the governor, including the presidency. I honestly couldn't say that. I honestly couldn't. Yeah. Based on facts available to me at this point. So, yeah.
It's not like we're just talking out of the blues or out of whatever, out of nothing. But the thing is this: look at this. Why didn't the police go to Mohbad's house after exhumation to investigate the house, to check for struggle? If there was struggle, that these are the basic things that investigators abroad everywhere do. You want to go there, you want to see how disturbing the place is. Is there anything that shows any sign of struggle between two people? You want to do the normal thing. You want to look out for blood spiders, innit? You want to do a lot of things, innit? So now, the thing is this. Let's even leave that. Why is it so hard for them to write to Apple to furnish them the CCTV footage in Mohbad's house? And why is it so hard for them again to write to Apple to furnish them the full version of the 3-second video Yomi has been crying for? Because we all have the right to just know what is in the full video. As a matter of fact, I know that it will never be the video of Mohbad was fine. But the truth is this: who are they covering for? What are they covering? What are they hiding? To be honest, it takes them just email Apple, and it is only police that can do this in every nation. Every country. It's only the police that has the authority to write to Apple to furnish them with any footage, for as long as it is Apple device that is being that is being used. Let me pause there for you.
Yeah. And I said this a while ago as well. So it is beyond argument that this case hasn't probably been prosecuted or diligently investigated by the appropriate authorities. That one we agreed on. In terms of the reason why, the motive specifically, I think that is where we kind of different. I wouldn't go with conspiracy theories in that aspect. You may be right. I don't have the facts to support it. But I'll make a general submission, which I've made already here today, right? Now, it doesn't, I can tell you that for free, with evidences out there, with cases, real life cases, and I've made mention of a few. I'll make mention of a few more that I'm aware of. And here I go. It doesn't take a high office conspiracy from the local police commissioner to the governor to the presidency to scupper an investigation. It doesn't take that conspiracy for that to happen, right? There are many reasons why that could have happened, right? There could be elements of carelessness. There could be an element of incompetence. There could be an element of loyalty being protected, not necessarily high up to the extent of the presidency. As an example, there could be that. These are all possibilities, right, which I mentioned already. And here's what I would tell you as well. I've had cases that I've been involved with where the police themselves were indicted. They were actually responsible for heinous crimes, right? They were attempting to cover up all the way to the top in quotes. But at the end of the day, justice was still obtained. You get my point? Let me tell you something, right? There could be elements of divide and rule where the police investigation, the inquiries are being sabotaged from people within. Just as an example, we've had a lot of cases like that. I can give you examples of real life scenarios. I'll give you one, but I wouldn't want to go too deep in that for obvious reasons. You know why? The case is in a delicate state and they're just about to get to the finishing line. There was this notorious case of what was supposed to be a civil litigation or a civil dispute. It had to do with somebody owing X, Y, and Z money. This happened somewhere in Kwara State. I owe you money. I ran to the police. This guy owed me money. Please bring him in. I want my money back. Right? That guy was picked up. He went into police custody. And within 24 hours, he was spied within the premises of that police custody. Within that premises, that guy was spied. Right? Investigation went on. Now, this happened within the last year. In the course of that investigation, let me tell you what happened. Right? There were active, right? These were active, what I would call incidents and asked by law enforcement to either put pressure on the family of the deceased. There were threats on the family of the deceased. There were monetary inducements on the family of the deceased, right? This is coming from the police high office. I won't go into specific, to either terminate the case or terminate it with some sort of private financial inducement, right? That didn't work. They stood their ground. This is an example of the family coming together, right? Without letting any external influences affecting them, right? Ultimately, they had a legal representative, they had a few people supporting them. They fought that case all the way, right? That case was initially being investigated locally within a separate state, but they made a lot of noises. They stood united. That case went all the way to Abuja. Like I said to you, the IG, it came back down again. And for what I heard, as it stands today, people have been found culpable, not convicted. When I say culpable, right? Internal actors within the police itself, they've owned up to what they've done to this gentleman. That case is in court and judgment is being expected anytime soon. Now, why do I use that example, right? I use that example because just to show that when police scupper investigation, no matter how low or high profile it is, there are several possibilities, right? And one of which was mentioned, right? That it could be a conspiracy all the way to because they're protecting somebody's interest somewhere. Yeah, that could very well be true. Right? As far as this Mohbad case goes, I'm not able to offer no opinion either way because I don't have sufficient facts. The example I've just given you now was the one I have sufficient facts with. And regardless of all these pressures, regardless of all these entreaties by the police, regardless of the fact that even in this case I mentioned, right, the police went as far as, or the authorities went as far as producing a fake and mocked up autopsy of what happened to this gentleman. In this case, I'm referring to, right? But the family was able to fight that, went for their own independent, was able to instigate an independent autopsy, and that went right down to the cause of death of this accused person. They didn't wait for a year to do that. They didn't wait for 18 months to instigate that because they knew that if they didn't do that, and this guy was buried and they had to exhume him after 6 months or whatever, opportunity would have been lost. You understand my point? So they were able to do all that by the power of advocacy and a legal representative that was diligent in their own work, right? They forced the police to do their job despite the active attempts at covering up. Yeah? So what I'm just saying is I wouldn't want us to have a closed mind when it comes to these matters. You know, when police bungled up investigations, there are several reasons that we've seen before why. I'm not disputing the reasons you mentioned. That is a potential possibility, right? Before you came on there, I even gave an example to support your case, right? And that case was a notorious murder that happened to a federal minister of justice and attorney general of the federation, not under a military regime, but under a civilian regime, right? That man was murdered in broad daylight in the sanctity of his home. 20-something years later, right, nobody has been held accountable, right, for the murder of the #1 law citizen in Nigeria. So why am I saying this? It's not uncommon, right? And it could very well be what you're alluding to, right? It's not because the police are not resourced to do their job, and I've said that again. If there is the will and there is the genuine intention to resolve any case in Nigeria today, no matter how difficult or how tough that case is, the police can actually do that job. Full stop. Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Hold on, please. Loving More has been here for a while. Loving More, do you have a question before?
The Bossman. No, I'm at work. I'll just listen. I can't talk.
Okay.
Thank you. The Bossman, can I just quickly add this? I'm not sure if Barrister has mentioned anything about it, if anybody has mentioned. I just wanted to know if DNA could have been a motive. What does the Barrister think about this in this Mohbad case?
The issue of DNA is a side attraction. It's a separate kettle of fish entirely. I can tell you for free that to be able to unravel the immediate circumstances leading to the pie of Mohbad, it wouldn't necessarily be tied to the DNA or the paternity of that child of the disease. It wouldn't necessarily. I believe if the police wants to do a job, they can actually establish the genuine and true cause of the pie of Mohbad. The DNA might be secondary, it might be something supporting, but when it comes to the criminal investigation and what have you, I don't believe they need to even go that far to be able to get to establish that. You understand?
I've been listening for a while, and I want to ask this first question. The internet, has it helped justice for Mohbad's case, or in the positive and the negative side? How will you rate the internet on justice for Mohbad?
So if we're talking from the viewpoint of me being a legal representative protecting the interests of the family, what I would say to you is I think I should be sufficiently trained to be able to sift out, right, to dismiss what I think is relevant, what I think is beer parlor gossip, what I think might not be relevant, for more what is going on. I think I should be sufficiently trained to be able to dismiss what I deem is unnecessary, irrelevant, and what have you. So internet, like you said, it's a two-edged sword. There's a bad side and a good side to it, right? In terms of influencing. But if you're a professional in your job, and I'm not limiting this to myself, I'm limiting it to the police, the lawyers, even the judge as well. Even if you have a jury system, which you don't have in Nigeria, right? People are often warned to ensure that when they want to adjudicate on the case, they ensure that they try as much as possible to avoid being influenced by what goes on social media. Now, if you notice, most of what I've said so far in this panel, I've tried as much as possible not to go into any of the side notices, the side nuances going on over the internet in the past 18 months. I try to be as restrictive as possible based on what we can see. But there's enough in there actually today that we can actually pin on to be able to determine what exactly has gone wrong in this case. Not securing the crime scene, not securing the phones of everybody there, not doing forensic on everybody's calls who was in there on that day. That has nothing to do with the internet, right? This was something that should have been done within a day or two. Not accounting for all the people present at that location at the time, not taking the fingerprint of everybody in that house on the day. That has nothing to do with the internet, right? This is something that should have been done within a day, within 2 days of this happening. If that had been done, then we wouldn't be here now. But because it hasn't been done, then you have these symptomatic issues of X said L, Y said B, Z said E, and then conspiracy theories start building up all over the place. And that is why we are here today.
Mr. Antonia, I have a last question for you, please.
Jack, hold on. You've been waiting for a while. Just let us, and we still have from Dojo, we have aristocrat. Just keep your own whatever. Let those people that just come up, let them ask them their questions, okay? You are still up here with me. No wahala. So, Mr. Sammy Jojo, do you guys have one more question? Other questions?
Yes, I have more questions. My second question is Barrister, what would you have done differently if you are the magistrate in charge of the coroner inquest? And with everything happening, what do you think you can do or would have done? That's my question.
So I answered that question, but I repeat it again because I know you went there. So I said, the reason why that question is popular for me, which somebody has asked already, is this. Because of trying to cover up, either consciously or subconsciously, the lapses of the investigating authorities, the detectives and what have you, in the past year and a half, especially in the critical few days after the demise of the late singer. What we've ended up doing subconsciously is placing too much weight, right, on the coroner inquest that wasn't and hasn't been by law set up for that purpose. If I want to, and I explained to the people before you came in, legally what a coroner inquest should be used for. But what we've done, inadvertently and unfortunately, it's quite unfortunate that because the police hasn't done their proper job, we are now passing the buck and looking at the coroner to do part of that job for them, full stop. And I'll say a couple of things just for the benefit since we've been here before. So I said something like, people cry every day, both low profile and high profile. Suspicious deaths happen every day. I referred to a case just now under very dastardly, heinous circumstances in Kwara State, right, where somebody was actually pied by a state actor right? By, without having to go into details, that didn't go to a corona. There's been so many deaths in and as we're speaking in the past few hours that has been taken on this call quite morbidly. I know for a fact a few hundred people might have died in Nigeria as I'm talking to you. In the other suspicious circumstances or known reasons, less than 1% of those go as far as the corona. So let's be clear. Then I went as far as saying, under normal circumstances, the role of a coroner, this corona inquest, this corona court, I can tell you something for free. We got this idea from the British colonizers. I practiced both in Nigeria and other countries, including the UK, at some point in the past. And I can give you just a few steps how a corona court should work, right? Where you have this type of issue where somebody has spied and you're trying to unravel the circumstances, right, leading to the cause of pie, right? The role of a coroner is not actually to prosecute whoever is responsible. It's not even primarily to investigate who's responsible. I made the point that under normal circumstances, a coroner court in a case like this should be open and shut almost immediately. When I say shut, suspended almost immediately. Right? And the baton would go back to the police. You know why? So that rather than wait for the coroner court to take 5-6 weeks to summon a witness, the police has enough resources to act based on timing, based on the fact that if they don't do that almost immediately, using all the resources deployed, this evidence is either becoming inadmissible, it'll be lost, it'll be useless. Right? So the police will be actively going out within the first 24 hours to secure all these evidences and witnesses and forensic and what have you, right? The coroner will just stay in the background there waiting, right? And the coroner will now, I'm telling you how it's supposed to work on paper, both in Nigeria and the UK where we borrowed this from, right? The coroner will stay in the background and wait until when that investigation is completed and people have been summoned, possibly charged to court, evidence is there. Once that criminal proceedings is over, the coroner can then now pop up. Two things can come out of the criminal investigation. Somebody is charged to court, probably found guilty, right? Sentenced and what have you. The flip side is somebody is charged to court and it works free. The third one is nobody's found culpable in this case, right? Now, those are the three possibilities. Accused is found guilty, murder, boom. Not accused, acquitted, or nobody's held accountable, because there's no evidence, nobody's charged, right? Those are the three possibilities. Once that is over, what will then happen is the coroner will now pop up again after that, right? And the coroner there will now say, okay, this case is over now. This death happened under mysterious circumstances. What can we learn from this incident? Are there any lessons for either the systems in place? As the system failed, was the police diligent enough, as an example? And we can see all the lapses, right? Are there any blame, to the family of the deceased or whoever? That's what the coroner is going to do. Right? And at the end of that process, that coroner will now pass on the recommendations to the appropriate bodies. It could be the DPP, it could be to the Minister of Justice, it could be to the politicians, it could be anybody. You get my point? That is one side. Now the other side is this. With all the will in the world, the police might say they've done all they could, they can't find anything. The coroner can still pop up, right? And still sit and start doing their own fact-finding mission from a different angle entirely. There have been cases, multiple cases in the past, where at the end of a criminal prosecution, nothing has happened. A coroner now sits, right? Passage of time, 2 years after, 3 years after. They now sit and they start hunting for witnesses. The coroner can bring up a new line of evidence that has happened before, and I can give you the reasons why. And they can now say, oh, 2 years ago, geez, the police couldn't get to this witness, or this witness wasn't forthcoming. In the past 2 years, loyalties have changed. This witness is now forthcoming and is now telling us where he hid the dead body, as an example, or shedding a bit more light. Coroners have been known to pass on that new evidence to the police, and they reopen the case. That happens as well. But in this case, back to your question again, I think we've been able to use the coroner in a way that it hasn't been properly set up to do. And the reason is because of the inactions of the prosecuting and the law enforcement agencies. Yeah, all those gaps that it shouldn't have been there in the first instance, it's now been left so open. People are asking questions. The police are not coming up with it for whatever reasons. And the only way they can go to is the coroner. But the coroner is quite limited because you cannot 18 months after be looking for forensic that should have in the coroner court that we should have secured within 24, 48 hours by not the coroner, but the relevant law enforcement, the detectives that should actually have been tasked to do this job, right? So Sammy, we're at the point where we've left.
Let me just ask this last question.
We now.
What?
Yeah, go ahead.
What do you think? How do I put this question? The question is this: what can we now do since the coroner is in charge? What advice can you give the public that we should do? Can the public mount a pressure on the coroner, or kind of like maybe I don't know how to phrase this question, but I just want an advice from as a barrister. Know much.
Yeah, we need to step away from the coroner and go back to the basics. So the question is, ordinarily speaking, who is actually responsible for going after if we believe a crime has been committed? Now, if I attack in broad daylight tomorrow, Sammy, right, you wouldn't go to the coroner, right? God forbid, if I find somebody close to you, you're not going to go to the coroner, bearing in fact that he would take 18 months, maybe more, to unravel. You wouldn't go to the coroner, would you? Right? You go to the proper people that is supposed to do this, and I've mentioned that again and again, right? And the question is, okay, if they're not doing it, what should you do? And I've said to it that because we have the benefit of time, 18 months after, you could have to, as I said, the question, that was enough pressure mounted on the appropriate authorities to do their job in the past 18 months. Some people might say yeah, some people might say no. What I would say is more should have been done. But I'm not going to absolve the law enforcement agents of not doing the proper job. All what we're doing now is medicine after death. We're just chasing our tail. It doesn't mean justice is going to be impossible to find, but it's going to be 10 times more difficult for all the reasons I've mentioned so far. You cannot, 18 months after, now running back to the apartment and start taking forensic and now hoping there might be a speck of blood somewhere that I can pick up X, Y, Z. That is a long shot. It's 10 times more difficult to do that, pretty much.
All right, thank you very much, Barrister. I guess at this point, we're going to take two more questions from two people, my aristocrat and Lady Toby. And after that, Barrister has been here for 7 hours asking questions upon questions. And he has not taken any breaks ever since then. So I think let's take, Mr. Aristocrat, are you there? Let's take, it's over to you, sir.
Yes, I am. I don't have question because whatever the barrister have said, I've said in the past. So I'm just listening if there is something else that has not been, heard from someone that has not been part of it, and is saying from afar that we could pick up. But everything he has said so far, I've aligned with it. So we're still in the realm.
All right.
What we know and how far we can go.
All right.
And Bossman, let me just say this again as well, disclaimer. I'm not in any way, and I don't have any kind of obligations or loyalties to any of the major actors, be it witnesses, be it the bereaved, be it the relatives, none at all. I don't know any of them from Adam. I don't owe any loyalties to them. I just try to be fair. And I'm speaking from a purely, predominantly from a legal point of view. And I've tried as much as possible to adopt my arguments based not solely on what's happened to Mohbad, but or real life scenarios as well. Yeah, I know somebody popped up earlier on saying, "Oh, am I a spokesman for the royalty?"
Don't worry, that was just like an argument, so don't worry.
I knew that. Yeah, I knew that. The longer I stayed on this platform, the more it will become apparent that there is nothing of that nature. Full stop.
Yeah, it's even cool that you're actually doing another disclaimer. Yeah, that's good. That's
so yeah.
All right.
I think it's good, Barrister. You know, and that was why I said we have been part of this since November 2023, and when someone speaks from the legal point, your commentary at times is misconstrued to be in favor of parties, and for me, it's just good for me to listen and see what have been said before, which you are very much aligned, I must say, because the law itself is just constant. You either align with it or you go with your conspiracy theories. But conspiracy don't go to court without evidences to ascertain what will be. And you've laid it bare. It is for those who want to choose their path to choose. The law is constant, it's blind, and it's just. So we are just here to rub minds and also to listen to someone that has not been part of it, ab initio, speaking from a point of clarity. So it won't be like someone is biased. Thank you very much so far.
Thanks very much. And I think the best we can do as a Bossman at this point is to also now start focusing on lessons learned. You know why? I would hate for another mobile to happen again. But if we don't pick on those lessons and learn those lessons, then we're not going to be none the wiser, and it'll be a tragedy for an homicide of this magnitude to repeat itself anytime soon. Right. So as we're going along, 18 months down the line, we need to make sure we're learning lessons pretty much, especially where some of us feel that we are now at a form of hopeless crossroads, that it's now becoming more difficult to get that justice. What can we do for the generations coming? What can we do to avoid getting here, to get there in the first instance? What can we do better? And I believe I tried my possible best to say, yeah, if I were the legal representative, here is what I would have done better.
Yeah.
Not having to blame anybody or else. And I've tried as much as possible to ascribe the blame where I think it's necessary, right? I've not in any way, let's be clear, I've not attributed any blame on the family of the deceased, on the spouse of the deceased, or anybody.
Yeah.
I've made the point that even if, let's even assume without evidence that it was the spouse or the father or the mother that's conspired, highly unlikely, but even if it is the job of one party and one party only, which is the law enforcement agency, to unravel, right, and bring those people to books. Now, if they're not able to do the very basics and very elementary, then it's not surprising where we got to this point, where we don't get that justice from the people tasked with primarily issuing that justice. It would always give room to wild speculations. And that is why the gentleman talked about the role of the internet. I say, yeah, because those guys were there, conspiracy theories would be flowing every passing day. But if those gaps have been closed, right from where on the night of the incident, the deceased father turned up, rightly so, at the police station. Oh, my son is quiet though, here we are, what do I need to do? You get my point. From that moment, a chain of events was set in motion, quite disastrous, that we haven't even recovered from so far. You get my point, where the local court should have said, oh, okay, it's not my division, but that division over there, I'm going to guide you, we're going to head there, we're going to do a handshake, we're going to follow you to the house, we're going to ask for, people that were present, what have you, and then we'll take all the forensic, just in case, even if you want to bury it, just in case we need to open up a criminal investigation, none of that was done, right? And right from then, we started playing catch up, and it's been one cock up after the other in the intervening days and weeks. So 18 months after, when you asked me, how did we get here? what can we do to seek justice? I mean, it's now 10 times more difficult. It's not. I'm just summarizing actually the conclusion. It's not impossible, but it's 10 times more difficult. In an enclave like Nigeria, it's next to impossible, but miracles do happen. One miracle would be loyalties might change. For people that has that conspiracy theory that it could be a conspiracy from the royalty to the presidency, I would say loyalties do change over time. It could be in a year, it could be 2 years. People leave office, people buy, blah, blah, blah. So if the spirit of Mohbad is that strong, we must still get that justice. It might be delayed, but hey, there you go. You get my point. It could be in the next few weeks, it could be the testimony of an eyewitness that was present at the time but was been so afraid, or his spirit has been troubling him, and it's now come out to confess with some level of video evidence. That could be possible. It might be a long shot, but that could be possible. I'm just responding to somebody that asked me that can we even get justice, and I'm giving you some scenarios, even if it's remote, right, that may be possible. When it comes to the legal angle, the law enforcement angle, we've been bitterly let down, and some of this damage that has been done with the prosecution of this event to the investigation is irrecoverable. Full stop.
All right, thank you very much, sir. You're going to be the last person to ask questions today. It's been a long day.
Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Barrister, thank you. You've been such a how do they say it again? Breath of fresh air. You know, many of the things you've spoken about today, I've had the opportunity of discussing them with Bossman, and sometimes I would ask him, like, am I the one who is crazy? Am I the one who is not thinking? Because, you know, when you come on social media and you hear some of the propaganda, some of the conspiracy theories, you know, sometimes you just wonder where people live, and, you know, you wonder the kind of things they have in their heads. You know, but anyway, let me ask you this. Given the level of anyhowness in our society, and when I say anyhowness, I mean the way we do things, you know, like you rightly said, even the UK formats that we are using, we're not even using it appropriately, right? So given the level of anyhowness that we have in Nigeria, do you think if along the line, the law enforcement agencies are compelled to begin, you know, to redo the investigation, you know, regardless of how much time it will take, do you think they will be bold enough or humble enough to come forward to tender an apology for deceiving the entire world? Remember, they had a press conference where they came and told us about how, you know, he bled profusely because there was a fight, and again, considering the fact that a nurse also came forward to, you know, to say she was guilty. Do you think the law enforcement agency will be humble enough to bite the pie and say, we are sorry, we actually told you lies? Do you think Nigeria has gotten to that point?
Oh, no, definitely not. I think we're a little bit far away from that as well. And I say that for a couple of reasons. For somebody to come out and to be contrite and be remorseful, you have to get them into a place where they accept they've done something wrong. We're not even at that step yet, you understand, where people would voluntarily come up, especially state agencies, to say, oh, I hold up my hands, I've done something wrong. Now, if they don't believe, or we're not able to get them to that state of mind to accept wrongdoing, then we cannot get them to say sorry. That is just a reality. So we need to get to that point where you have enough people of good conscience in these key areas to be able to pop up and say, we've done something wrong. But to the extent that even when they're caught in the act, the initial response is defensive. No, I didn't do anything wrong. No, nothing to do with me. I want to cover this all, blah, 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 blah. I gave an example, a real life one, of something that happened in Kwara State, where somebody, was taken to the station because of a civil dispute, and then he ended up being pied within the precinct, within the police station itself. And the initial response of the police was, "Oh, nothing to do with us. Oh, he committed suicide. Oh, here is the forged autopsy to support." That was the initial response. Until the family was forced to fight to unravel the truth. You understand my point? So the answer to your question is, sadly, in the Nigeria we have today, highly unlikely. We're too far off where the police are going to say, "Oh, we did something wrong," blah, blah. I think it's only the court that can do that, to force them to either own up or to hold them accountable when they've done something wrong, either deliberately or by their inaction, by their omissions in this case. And we talked about the civil dispute. Those are the remedies and that are open to the families at this point. Don't forget, these civil remedies, they are also cost intensive. It's not something that is cheap. For you to sue the AG, the police to cut this, something that will cost in the regions of millions. Potentially, this is a case that might go to the Supreme Court anyway. You understand? So justice is actually quite expensive. In some cases, quite expensive to obtain in Nigeria, especially where the state is actively working against you. It's more difficult and a lot more expensive and time-consuming. So whether or not that would happen, is anybody's guess. But that's just the sad reality. So yeah, the police is not going to summarize, they're not going to say sorry anytime soon. And I'll give you the reasons why.
Wow. All right. Yeah, Toby, is that all? Or you still have one more question?
It just summarizes everything. Because if we also think back to the statement that was made by Mr. Governor when he was, asked by the lady for an update, when he talked about the fact that people die every day, that is nobody the first that would die. He talked about the fact that they would have done the forensics and, the autopsy and everything had been burnt down during the October 2020 saga. He mentioned a number of things. And then if you now tie that back to, the press conference that the police did, it was the entire executive office of the police, if I would say that, that was at that press conference, and it wasn't like an ordinary officer was sent to do it. Do you understand? So I'm now thinking, tying the two together, I'm thinking, do you think these people will be humble enough to say, "Oh, okay, we missed it. Oh, we're wrong"? I don't think they will do that. I think they will stand their ground. I won't be surprised if at some point they come up with stories like, "You know what, we need to bring this to a close because we're spending taxpayers' money and there's a lot of things to spend money on in Lagos." Or, do you understand what I mean? I won't be surprised if they take that turn. But yes, I totally agree with the barrister. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe, rightly or wrongly, I don't believe that the Mohbad saga or case on the legal standpoint would go beyond this year. I don't believe so. I think this will come to a form of conclusion, with or without justice in court by the end of this year. That's what I believe. And if we want to be fair as well, I think it's getting to a point where that gentleman would need to be laid to rest, pretty much. You understand? It doesn't mean that the family cannot continue to pursue some form of justice, some form of remedies, even if some of them are civil in nature. So.
All right, so African TV, I don't know, you back up again.
Yeah. I want everybody to shout.
They've been there for 8 hours, or more than 8 hours now.
No, it's okay. I just want to give a closing remark on behalf of our learned friend who's been very kind to educate and elucidate on all the facts that we already know. So I'd like everybody to type a thank you to the gentleman. It's been awesome.
It's a rare occurrence, and I'm really.
No, this is a fresh look. don't know what you have done, but let me just give you an insight. You've kind of given us a new hope for those who are still passive on getting mobile justice. For me, to a degree, I've been sort of a little bit psychologically demoralized. And listening to you today, all day, is like a little booster, for me. But before you escape, I want everybody to think about this. Well, we've been able to identify that the police is indictable in several ways on this matter of Mohbad. And we've been able to identify that the family are not actually in the direction of the justice. They have their own justice. So having said that, I haven't come to this conclusion or this knowledge. Based on your expertise of law, we also talked about this earlier, about the public being able to take up some actions where you said maybe not now, people shouldn't take actions now, wait for the whole thing. But at any moment, where do you see the public being able to hold the police or some people accountable? Who's going? Because now in the Justice for Mohbad, we have foundations that are collecting money from people and giving them skamaje, using our terminology here. We have foundations that are being they're getting involved in criminality to try to get justice. So for me, where's the hope of the common man in helping Mohbad? Do you see any loophole, any legal ways that we can, or any organizations that we can turn to that would be legit and operate in all legal framework to get Mohbad justice? So I hope you understand that question. Thank you. And again, thank you.
Yes, I do. And my response is going to be against the standpoint of what I said previously, where due to the passage of time, it's now 10 times more difficult to get that justice. Even more difficult for the primary state actors that we should expect to do that. Now, it will be 20 times more difficult to now get external parties, be it civil society, to get that justice 18 months after the line, right? So what I'm trying to say is, well, statistically, it is not impossible, but in reality, it's next to impossible to get that justice that we're talking about, given all what has gone on, right? There has been some unassailable damages that has been done to the cause of justice by a primary state institutions responsible. So there's been failure of most of our core institutions. And I say this to African TV, I'm going to take out the families now. I'm going to take out whatever is going on social media. I'm going to take out any source. I'm going to take out the spouse of the deceased. Because I'm saying that even if we're talking about culpability, no matter who this person is, no matter how close or how high up this person is, right? It is still down to the state institutions that should have been responsible to get this done. I mean, heck, the most powerful country in the world, the most powerful president in the world, Donald Trump, got indicted as a convicted felon today, right? After, God knows how long. You get my point? So that kind of gives you, it wasn't the civil society, it wasn't his relative, it wasn't the internet, that got him where he belonged, right? To face justice and being convicted and whatever. It was down to these institutions to do that, regardless of all the pressures coming everywhere. You get my point? So my point is, having taken all what we said, all what you have said into considerations, the side shows here, the so-called foundations, people making money off it, the actions or inactions of the family members, regardless of all that, you get my point, right? If the authorities actually wanted to get to the root cause of how this guy died, they would have been able to do it. It is not the first time that a relative has been held culpable for buying their loved ones in Nigeria. It's probably happening somewhere today as we're speaking. You get my point? It's not the first time as well that the law enforcement agencies have been found culpable in buying, a member of the public. They've been held accountable. And one thing is constant in all those successful prosecutions. The police and those institutions had the will and the genuine intention to unravel and successfully prosecute. Full stop. If you don't have that, then there's nothing anybody else can really say. You can. I would lay the blame, at the footstep of primary parties that has been funded and paid to do this. You get my point? They talked about people making money off it. That is just a symptom, because justice has been left gaping for God knows how long. Conspiracy theorists have gone in, and people have exploited it. These things happen. But you didn't have to sit down and ask the question, how did we get there? That is the question, how did we get here?
How do we get there?
And that's why people are saying, oh shit, if they done that job, that guy pied, right? The body was actually taken to the police station. Somebody spied down what's going on, right? And the opportunities were missed right from there, right up until now.
Yeah.
Exactly. So correcting all those things is going to be a mammoth task. It's going to be very difficult. So.
And I'll go over to you. Unmute your mic. Anne, are you there? Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think at this point, I think I was going to say if you do a recap for us, but I think you've done it.
Yeah, you've done it.
So I think you've done the recap just now with what you said. So we'll say thank you and we'll let you go. Thank you so much, because otherwise people will keep coming up, we'll keep asking. We're like only between, we're going to keep asking you lots of questions. But I think the recap, or if you don't mind, if you want to, that's fine. You can just do a recap, maybe in bullet points, the points you pointed out, so that people we have them.
Yeah. So ultimately, I think the best we can hope for out of a very difficult, seemingly helpless, hopeless situation is lessons learned. And this is where the corona will play a role, hopefully. Where we're going to pick up. It's always easy sometimes to pick up mistakes here and there. But if we don't learn those mistakes, we end up making them again. As Einstein once said, insanity is where you do the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. So the best we can do, sometimes some of the advocacy groups, some of the foundations, some of the civil society at this point is to say that never again should this happen. And the only way we can prevent that is to make sure we pick up those lessons, advocate on them, and then send them to the right authorities. You get that point. So that if somebody else, both high or low profile, got to buy tomorrow, the questions will be: police, have you secured the crime scene? Did the family, did they have a legal representative? If they do, if they don't, civil society, get one on their behalf, start mounting the pressure. Don't wait until 6 months down the line. Don't wait until 12 months. Don't wait until 18 months. Don't wait for the conspiracy theories to have a field day before you do that. That will be my passing comment on it.
Thank you so very much. Bossman, I thank you.
And can I say something, please? Anne and Bossman, and this is to everybody that has come here to engage with the barrister, to ask questions, to make submissions, to give their opinion. It's been a very, very educative session. I want to say thank you very much to all of you for giving me a good Saturday away from the usual buzzwords and the curses that we hear. It's been a brilliant, brilliant session. And Bossman, thank you. I salute you. Well done.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Let me be the first one to say I love you, Barrister Loya.
Don't worry, your boy.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Wow. 8 hours. 8 hours back-to-back question and answers.
You have Professor Oshibajo to thank for that. It was my
toilet break
in law school. So it was my mentor at the time. So
Barrister Oshibajo.
We appreciate you. Thank you so much. Please come back before a year. Don't leave it.
Hopefully, I will try to. Yes. And I hope we get the justice. I hope we do.
I hope so. Finger crossed. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
All right. Hey, just to say, sir, if there's any way you think you can help us, all the fund runners for the justice, any way you can help, please, like you have done today, we'll be appreciated. So, Bossman, pass it to him. Thank you.
Yeah, I will. All right, thank you so much, Barrister. Oh my God. Yeah, today, oh my God, for 8 hours he has been asking.
Bossman, your sins are forgiven. You know, I was trying to engage with you earlier to count the tension between yourself and Kenny. And because you didn't let me speak, I got angry and I left, but I was listening on the window. But I saw all your missed calls, so let me expose you. You tried to bribe me, but yeah. But I listened, I was there. I just didn't want to come up. Well done, well done.
All right. So, Anne, this man has been 8 hours. He's been 8 hours. We've been here for 8 hours now. So, lesson for today. I was not slept. I swear to God, my eyes actually turning right now.
Bossman, you should go and shop your Muslim cow meat. Tell your neighbors to fry some meat.
No, I guess I'm
Go and shop meat and relax. You've done a great job.
But today is actually fantastic. And let's talk about the lesson learned. You know, we've been here for. I've been on live and I've been on for 12 hours. I've been on for 12 hours straight.
You know, another thing I learned, Bossman, from the minister, he said there's justice is not sacred. I used to hear justice is sacred and sacrosanct and germane. But today he made us understand that it's not that, it's transparency. The justice should be transparent so that we can get the actual true justice from Mohbad.
Yeah.
Bless you all.
Yeah, another lesson learned for Dave because he said a lot for 8 hours. He has been speaking for almost 8.5 hours that he has been speaking, asking questions. So lesson learned.
Let me ask a question, Bossman, and this is to everybody, African TV and Yem, everybody here. So what is the way forward? What next? We've heard everything Barrister said. What next? What's the way forward?
Let me start with what I heard from what I took from him. I think he has pointed out very clearly that we need to mount pressure on the police. And by that, I think he mentioned that we need to petition the police.
Petition them, sue them, they failed.
Yeah, all of that after the coroner inquest is done, so that we hear the outcome and then push that. And then the key point again for me was that he mentioned forensic investigation should happen. But though he said the chance of getting, maybe if you want to say, let's put in numbers, aggregated of 100%, it might be slim, but at least it's something. So if we don't get something from the crime scene, the phone forensic and other things should work. Those are the 2 points I picked out. Maybe the third one I can add would be that he mentioned that the coroner inquest should have been something that should have just been, if you want to say, a point of reference. It should not have interfered with the ongoing investigation that was going on. The police should have been, heads on, hands on deck, doing the investigation and going on with the case. And the coroner inquest should not have that bigger of a role that it played, which makes me wonder.
More like a waste of time. Yes,
why Falana wanted to institute, was it the wife that instituted that coroner inquest, and for what purpose? Why could it not be halted, and why did we have to?
I guess it's like the coroner inquest was actually used to bite with time.
Thank you. And so why do we have the rhetoric of saying the police were not, is off their hands, and it's now the coroner inquest, as if they were the ones investigating and everything. Whereas a barrister of the law is saying no, the police should have been doing their rigorous investigation, and the coroner inquest should actually been halted and pass the baton back to the police, and then they can come back for a reference point. So those are the 3 things I picked up really. And I hope the SAN who is handling the lead counsel for Mr. Joseph Aloba, his people are listening and they can take this.
I hope bloggers are also taking off these things, because I don't know when, at the beginning we have a lot of bloggers in here, but I hope they're still recording because...
Yeah, but Bossman, you can download. I think you should download the video when the live is ended. Download it so that at least you have a copy, and then maybe you can then find a way to cut it and would have it. But I'm sure as a host you can download the show just after it's done. Thank you.
Yeah. Wow, today is actually man. It's a very powerful, inciting.
Bossman.
Yeah. Yes.
Another thing I learned was that he made us understand that fresh cases can pop up anytime.
Anytime.
Evidences can pop up, and this case can still be reopened, even though it was going to be closed or closed. So that's a very good, statement from him that could give us a fresh breath of air to say, okay, fine, whatever happens, someday, sometimes somebody could just wake up and say, no, I can't keep this anymore. I'm going to bring out this video. I'm going to bring out this evidence. And then we could still get evidence from Mohbad, even not now. So at any point in time. And another thing he mentioned was that at the police station, when Baba Mohbad took the body there, they should have, detained everyone and taken a statement from them. Everyone, So that again is where the police, made, fell our hand, disappointed us because they didn't really do what they should have done for us to get the true justice. So at the end of the day, the police has failed us, which we already knew.
And he also said that we shouldn't put all our hope on the corona inquest.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh my God! Today, if you guys missed, or if you are just coming in to this segment,
play this show. You have to come back. As we said, download it. We play it again. I swear, people need to hear it.
We have to teach me how to do that after we've.
Please, very important. But Bossman and everybody listen. My question is for everybody who is at the forefront of the frontliners of this case. With these things you've heard now, Mr. Yomi's team and every other team, what are you going to do with this information? This man has said that we can petition the police. And what are you people going to do with it? I hope with this now, we're not going to be focusing on just 3 seconds. I don't want to sound negative, but I hope we're not focusing on 3 seconds.
Forget about the 3 seconds for now. With what we had today.
Now let's focus.
What we read today, forget about the 3 seconds.
Yeah, let's focus on the investigation. I'll be petitioning the police, so because my own. And he said we can petition the police, but it's after the case. Later, not now. Because then when you go
on the petition of Mohbad, he said we could actually do something now. When I asked him earlier on, we could do something now, but generally his advice is it's better to wait so that you can compile everything together. But I don't think we can wait for the damage to be completely done before we start putting it together. Whatever we can file now, whatever we can prove now, we need to be
TV. If you're going to prove anything now, when the case hasn't closed, he stated
the police will have excuses, and we want to rely on the excuses that the case has.
He said when you get to court and then you're going to say, oh, the police didn't do this, they didn't do that, but the police can say, oh, excuse me, we're still on this case.
Exactly.
We're not done yet.
Let us be patient.
How are you going to fight that now?
Let us be patient on that. Let us be patient.
The corona inquest should come to an end anytime soon anyway. It looks like they're drawing it to a close already. So I think we can wait.
Now to do all these things, which
I think that we
are we going to do? Are we going to wait for
based on the things that they are supposed to have done to assist the corona inquest? We know all those things. They did not do any of it. There is no any forensic evidence that we have seen that have fostered this case. And I think it is high time we focus on that. If we actually, and he mentioned a private investigator, I think we need all these things. Let's just do this thing right at this time. We know this system is corrupt. Let's start exposing them for what they are actually doing.
Yes.
We don't have evidence, but we know it's wrong. Let's call it a spade, and we will win at the end.
Amen. So another thing he said about that is that we should keep gathering our evidences. Keep gathering your evidence, which is what you're going to use at the end of the day.
At the end, exactly.
You understand? Everything. He answered that question several times.
Don't trust them. Let them do whatever they want to do. Gather your evidence.
Your evidences.
Use it against them. Let them do whatever they want to do, because those people cannot be trusted in any way. They can't be trusted.
Which is why everybody who is involved. Okay.
All right, sir. I respect.
You know, Bossman, you see, the failure of this whole case is not that the public do not know what to do, or it's not that some people at every point in time haven't said what should be done. The problem of this case is just the problem of the African race or human race. You know the path to take, but you rather wander in the bush before you locate the path, so that you can justify why you are spending time. That is number one. Number two, as much as people know what to do, it then turns into a rat race. Who is the first to do it? And they won't do it right. You see, we all know from beginning, which I know, I've always championed, that the public don't need to support Baba, Mama, or Mo. The public needs to stand in the position of the public and face the authority that is saddled with the responsibility of doing things. That is what I've always been saying. You don't have business with every other people, because it is the police, it is the commissioner for justice, or the attorney general, as the case may be, that will prosecute this case. And they are the only one saddled by the authority, by the constitution. But you know what we have been doing? We have been hobnobbing and romancing with the police, that we had felt they are not doing it right, to winch hunt each other, hunting each other, writing unscrupulous and senseless petitions to chase each other, rather than holding these people responsible to do the right thing. So until the public takes itself away from the market noises and face the business of what they should do, everybody that is close to the late person is a suspect as far as I'm concerned. Only the public is innocent. Now, the job of the police, as we know, and the peculiarity of Nigerian police is a mixed reaction. And we can see this thing evident. So what should we do? We know the system is corrupt. What should you do to guard against the system? Just as the letter counsel did say, there are cases you feel there are no ways. In this Nigeria, these cases are won and justice were gotten. They did not happen in Pluto or Mars. Even the case that in Lagos State, that the former prince, the son of the former king of Lagos State, was jailed for murder. It involved every notable people in Lagos to intervene. But alas, he went to jail. But when we continue to hide behind the finger, we're not going to get it. So until some people will say, let's sit down, clear the channel of noises, stop thinking we will see the light at the end of the channel. Put light in the tunnel. Don't be waiting for light at the end of the tunnel, because you might injure yourself before you get out of that tunnel. What if there are rodents or scorpions that might have bitten you before you get to the light? You are a dead person. But create light within the tunnel so that you see where you are going. What I have to do? Patience. These people have started a process. And they say in Yoruba, akọ́dà tó fẹ́ gé orí èèyàn, ó kí ọwọ́ bọ akọ ẹ̀. Ẹ jẹ́ kó yọ nǹkan tó fẹ́ mú jáde. An henchman who want to kill someone, who want to cut someone's head off, he puts his hand in his bag. You don't know what he's bringing out first. You're already saying, no, it's thick. He's not going to kill the person. Let him bring it out. When the person does, we then sit back as the public, because we are the most resourceful. We then sit back as the public, analyze it, use our resources to counter them. If you want to fight the government, be ready to get your facts right. And when you struck, even the power that be that is controlling it will say someone must take a fall, because it's obvious to every living soul, even the non-living ones, who is guilty. And I think that is how we should be doing things. In my own small boy opinion, no. That is how I think we should be doing it. We should stop using the police to winch on each other. We should rather see the police as a necessary evil, but we must use their evil for our own good. Thank you very much.
Bossman, let me quickly say something in light of that. African TV, I'm going to speak to you. I know I, myself, I had offended in the time past. I did reach out to you, through a means, don't want to mention it here, to tender apologies. But you see, why am I bringing this up today? I'm bringing this up to say that in light of what Aristocrats has said, I would say that, please, if it's possible, the delegates of Yomi, if people are listening, this is not fracas now, no emotion. Please don't twist anybody's words here. Find a way. You guys should go and sit down. Both parties, we can reach a resolution. These two people can work together and any other third party. Because at the end of the day, these public are led by front runners who will go down to the station or wherever it is in Nigeria and run the show. We can sit down on TikTok and analyze. So please, both parties, the key, if you want to call them key executives or key influencers that speak to them, please talk to each other and call a truce. As I said, a truce. I'm not saying both of you have to be best of friends. Call a truce and take that energy, just as Aristocrat has said, and let's push it so that when the coroner inquest is done, we can now have our hands pressed on these people's necks to ensure that we get justice. Please and please. African TV, because you are here, I'm speaking to you. You know what I'm saying. I know I've hurt you, and publicly I am apologizing, but I'm not going to go into the detail of it. So please, I beg, let's just, because at the end of the day, what we have realized today is that there's been so many pit holes. There's so many pitfalls that we could have done, gone on and cleared all this part, and we wouldn't be here today. Because no matter what, we would say we're not in the case, but the passion is still there. So please, that's all I have to say. I'm not perfect, I may not be right, but please, my heart is pure in the sense that I am apologizing and I am begging, please, let's call it truth and let's use our weapons right. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Whatever way you feel. Let me respond to the lady, please.
You see, I've been trying to get into you. I've been busy in the office, and I'm here again to talk. You see, thank you for bringing in the attorney. I've been listening. Thank you for Mr. Aristocrat, and thank you for Madam AE for all what you people have said. But let's look at this. Let us look at this issue down the drain from the beginning, even before the hosts, the commenters, everybody start commenting on this issue. Initially, it was not Mohbad's father that requested for the exhumation of Mohbad. Mohbad's father has agreed completely what happened, and he has taken it with faith, according to what the daughter told her, that Mohbad Tiku, Babami, and Kasara, they've gone to bury Mohbad. It is the outpour and the outcry of the public that the government listened to, and Mohbad's body was exhumed. One, where we got it wrong, I will let us know today. We got it wrong when we started contributing money for Babaloba. We have no business with the Aloba family. I'm sorry to say. The public cried and the government listened. We will have focused our direction with the government, not with the family tenting with them. And again, when we look at this case from inception, the police knew what they were doing. From day one, from the first police station they took Mohbad to, where they refused giving them the doctor's report, or the report to be able to put him in the morgue room. We saw the role they played. The powers to be were behind it. What was the meaning of what Sam Larry came out to say? All case settled.
No case to answer.
No case to answer. May the Lord forgive every one of us. The police knew what to do, but they refused to do what to do. And I keep saying it in any platform I'm invited to, that that case wouldn't have gone to the inquest at all as a legal luminary. If the police have done their investigation properly, we don't need the inquest. I'm sorry to say, the inquest is a waste of time, waste of energy, waste of resources. By my own perspective, I don't know anybody. We do that case does not need to have gone to the inquest. What did the police did when they brought Muba's body to the police station? Were they in Muba's house the same night? No. Whose fault is that? It's the police and the powers behind. Let's be frank with ourselves. It's a pity we are in a dirty nation where the government sees the truth and refuses to follow the truth. It is high time for we Nigerians to wake up to realities. Forget we are in the diaspora or forget we are at home. Let's face this deadly, dirty, shameful act that is spoiling us before the entire world.
Mr. Olukayode,
yes,
sir. According to what you just said, should we just say that if we were to be blaming the police, we should narrow it down to the police in Lagos?
God bless you, my brother. Even when we are narrowing it to the police, excuse me,
especially the police in
even the police in Nigeria, in Lagos, what was the IG doing? Does the IG want to tell me he doesn't hear the uproar of the noise or the news? Let's stop all this governating or putting sides. Are you telling me the IG does not know what is happening or have not heard about anything? We had at a seminar or a workshop or an event when the governor shut down a lady. My dear brother, let's stop fooling ourselves. Let's tell ourselves and the people governing us some realities. The safety of an ordinary man in Nigeria is their concerns because they are the chief security officers. I'm asking you, Bossman, are you telling me the IG is not aware? Are you telling me the commissioner of police is not aware? Are you telling me the governor is not aware? With all the uproar, what have they done?
Can I come in, please? Olukayode. First, I wanted to respond to EA. Madam, whatever you thought you did, your apology is accepted. Frankly, I don't remember any issues between me and you, but however, thank you for the apology, and thank you for even looking for the way forward between me and myself and any other team that is out there. I will come back to that. Olukayode, K2, Alakwere, Demorin. Does it ring a bell? Olukayode, are you there? He's not going to respond to me. Huh? Yeah, but those areas, do you know them? Does it ring a bell?
I know it very well. My father's house is in that area. I have an office in that area.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to confirm the information that I received. For what it's worth, a relationship between me and Yomi Yomi Fabi will not work. It will not work because some noblemen on this movement, they tried to bring peace, and I accepted the peace offer, and I withdrew some steps on my side, some legal proceedings based on that meeting. But in that meeting, what a lot of people did not realize is that the police officer involved was contacted to withdraw your petition, and they were demanding that we pay 1 million naira to withdraw a petition that was initiated against me by Yomi. They were demanding 1 million naira. If you haven't heard it, hear it now. And petitions withdrawal is a matter of writing a letter to say, I'm no longer interested in pursuing this case. It's so simple. And like Paparano read on his platform that day, and like we all are aware now, we're all aware that you don't pay for those services with the police.
but they wanted ₦1 million. Some people negotiated it to 300,000, as if I had actually done something wrong, as if I committed a crime. But in line with peace, we wanted to make peace, and this nobleman said, okay, you know what? Because you have spent money, we will give you 300 bay, so that everybody can go. African TV has spent money, you have spent money, everybody take your losses and go. I never asked for a dime, because I know it's criminal, it's illegal to be paying police for certain things that you don't have to pay for. So I'm saying this to the lady to know that anybody trying to broker peace between me and Yomi, it will be a futile effort, because our mindsets are completely, please don't interrupt me, please. I'm responding to the lady, please.
Which lady are you?
Our mindsets are completely different, and he has said publicly that he's no longer interested in the peace. So how do you work with somebody when you don't agree? Based on the barrister's submission and advice today, I welcome the lady's advice on how do we go forward. We've done enough for almost 2 years, blaming the police, blaming ourselves, fighting our children, cursing our fathers, cursing our mothers. We've done enough. Now we've had a very sound advice. We've been given pure, undiluted legal advice for free. Any sound mind here should refrain from further attacks of any shape or form. And let's take this legal advice the way forward. How do we make it a useful section? Because now, in less than 20 minutes, we're going to turn it into Basbos again. We've been given pure. We didn't pay for this advice. 8 hours. Let us come together on the way forward. We all don't have to be in the same camp. We all don't have to see eye to eye. But what can you do for Mohbad? Just like F. Kennedy, what can you do for your country? Forget me. You don't like my voice. You don't like my tone. That's okay. That's me. Now, what do we all do for Mohbad? That's the solution we need. And we've been saying it, but now let's use the legal advice given today and pick something from it and see how we can empower ourselves to get Mohbad justice. Yes, police is corrupt, police is bad, police is good, police is fair. Where have they erred? What mistakes have they made that we can hold them accountable for now and now? Not until we're all, hey, TikTok, disturbing TikTok is dead, it's gone. He's gone. He's not going to see the end of what happened to Mohbad. But he was a fighter. Are you all going to wait till we all die or we disappear? That's all I want to say for now. Thank you.
Hello, Bossman. I think I have to continue my submission. Please just give me the time because I'm in the office. You see, as I was saying, before I continue, you see this issue of African television and Yomi Fabi, I will beg everybody to let it lie down. Let it be a sleeping dog. One thing I know for sure, as a child of God, when the time comes, God Almighty will touch the true hearts and they will reconcile themselves. That is that. As I was saying, do we want to say the government are not aware? Let me tell you one thing. What struggle are we making? The public have tried enough. Let's put sentiment. We've tried enough for the government to reverse and do the needful. But have they done the needful? No. So coming together for a way forward. If the government is not listening to you, we will continue to cry. I am drawing every problem and issues on J4M to the doorstep of the government, to the doorstep of the entire police force in Nigeria, not to Lagos State alone, to the entire Nigerian police force. We have a sitting IGP. He knows about this case. What has he done? What proclamation has he made? What statement has he said? We have a governor, a sitting governor for that state. What are his reaction? What are his counter reaction? What press conference has he made on that boy's death? Let's stop fooling ourselves. It has happened. We've had all the corona. We've wasted all our time in corona. It's just a pity that the Aloba family are not one body because they have some secrets they are hiding. May God forgive me. They are not one. He said when two houses cannot stand as one, they will divide. And what is dividing them? They know themselves. But it's a shame on them. Bossman, I thank you very much for what you've done today, for bringing up this issue and bringing up the attorney to your platform. We've had it all. Some of us have said it all. We saw everything the way everything was going. And some of us came out. Some of us were bullied. We were embarrassed. We were insulted. I care less. It doesn't stop me from saying what I'm saying. I've never come to Bossman's show platform before. But when I was seeing his request, I knew something was happening. So I came into your platform and I listened a while and I decided giving my request myself. Thank you very much. God bless you. Let the government wake up. Let the government wake up. Let the government wake up. And let the Aloba family too wake up. Let them stand as one if truly and truly they want justice for Mohbad. Thank you all and God bless you.
So, Mr. Aristocrat, is there something you want to say before this time?
You see, Bossman,
I know you're upset. Because most of the people that you're talking about is exactly what this barrister also talked about today.
I have listened to Olukayode also spoken. I've listened to a couple of people spoken, but in this sphere where we find ourselves, it seems some people see the future before the others. So when you repeat yourself, you get tired. But you know that one day they too will see the future. For me, and I'll continue to say this, whether Bossman is fighting and it's none of my business. Let them sort their issue. But enemies do come together to fight a cause. After the cause, resume your fight. That is what life is about. But once we have a common enemy, we sort it out. When we sort that issue out, you find out that we will become friends. Because we will then sit down and laugh and say, why are we stupid fighting each other in the first place?
God bless you, my brother. God bless you, mighty.
At the end of the day, you see it. But now, you might not see it. You won't see it because everybody still has passion to achieve. So like Olukayode said, let's keep it dog like justice lavish. When we get justice, everything, last, everybody could do all right. Wallahi. Thank you very much.
Toby, is there any word? Toby, are you there?
I think everything has been said. There's really nothing more to add to it. They've told us now, Aristocrat has told us, Mr. Olukayode has told us that it's a case of two fighting. So we should leave them and move on. So hopefully the other people who have been front runners, maybe you guys can then take the lead and we can, follow suit and support as necessary or where necessary. That's all I have to say.
Right, thank you so much. Thank you.
But you know what, Bossman?
Yeah.
Understanding your dexterity and, investment in this case, I think you should champion at the back end gathering of facts and strategizing, waiting for where all this dust will clear. We will see where the state is going. We see where the police is going. We see where the corona is going. It doesn't stop us from discussing. And we will wait for when we as a public can now take up those institutions. Because when you don't see where they will end, they might lie. You know how they behave.
You've interacted with them. But let them do all their dance. We will now judge. But for now, I think it should be a period we should be gathering facts as things evolve and getting ready for when we as a public will come out and ask for accountability. And now say, for
what
you
you
not
just
to have
said
done
is
this
exactly
right,
what that I am.
back.
Exactly what you just said now is
Yeah.
exactly what we've been doing when we've been talking about kasa kasa kese kese. There's a reason for that word that we're using, that kasa kasa kese kese, because we've been gathering facts and evidences and all stuff like that. Because the corona inquest, according to what the Barry just said, it's just a waste of time. So over to you, Super. Sorry for sliding into the conversation.
You see, Bossman, I agree with what aristocrats have said. The days of reckoning is coming for the government of Nigeria, and it's very soon. Let's start gathering our facts together. Election is coming. They will be held accountable during the election.
Yeah.
He who does not want to talk now, who is in government, will talk then. They will come out and talk. When some of them are out of public office, they will still be accountable.
Yeah.
They will come out and talk. Let's start gathering our facts. There's nobody that will come up and tell me the IGP is not aware of this case. The commissioner of police who have led and who have just came is not aware of this case. The governor is not aware of this case. Are you even telling me if the president is not aware of this case? Does he not have advisors who reads the news, who tell him critical issues that are happening in the country? Let's stop fooling ourselves. The government is only playing time, and time will get on them very soon. By God's grace. Thank you.
Last word for today.
Of the current
yeah, we can hear you, sir.
Sorry that I went off. I think because of the current stagnation of the activities of the corona, it has allowed, and there is a vacuum. There has been a vacuum. And because there is a vacuum, that vacuum must be, closed. I think one of the things that has to be championed is, now that people's head people's mind don't come down, their head don't down now. There is need for us to begin to educate people of the instrument of the law, of the stance of the law, of the responsibility of the citizenry. And knowing that in this peculiar case, corona no old sway. No be corona. Many people see corona as the criminal court itself. People see corona after corona, everything. So, and it is not. It's just a preamble. Now, when people begin to understand that, I think they will then understand that they need to channel their energy to what is important. And that education, we help people to, galvanize their strength. We help people to come together and begin to channel their energy to what is important in this case. And that is to look for facts, to chronological order of fact, to begin to see help and not Dawo Queen. Help, where help is important, not Dawoing, not paying for anything. When the time comes, we will all see it. And we ourselves will say, yes, this is what the government presented. And we can see they've not done it well. We will now bring what they ought to do with the fact well, so that all of us can work together. We still have a long way to go.
How can we work together?
We still have
How can we carry this thing?
And we should just see that corona is not the end for us. Corona is
how
just
can we tell people from the other platforms, especially, your me side, most especially the people of the other side of it?
It's simple. Rome was never. Wait. See, this is what I'm going to tell you. This is what everybody, see, when you are speaking the truth, whether you are for aristocrat or you are against aristocrat, when you are speaking the truth, whether you are Bossman or not for Bossman, whether you are for Toby or you're not for Toby, you know the truth. And when you present the truth, you know what always happens on this platform? People begin to deliberate the truth.
then you that you have spoken the truth, we know you've said the truth. You understand what I'm saying, Bossman?
Yeah, okay.
Now, when you drop the truth, like, you will see people will be analyzing it. It means you have given them something to think about. And how you start is not by calling them. They will call by themselves. They will come. They will come.
I am going to download this segment.
You have started it today. Continue. You will see that today you must start by 30 people. Yeah, you might come by 30 people today. Tomorrow, too, it will increase. Now, that is how you spread the truth. Make it organic. So you are not calling anybody. You are calling people that want justice. So come with your sentiment. But first, relax, be educated. So that you unschool yourself and relearn. And when you relearn, you understand what is at stake and you channel your energy. For me, I don't know Baba Mubad supporter or Wumi supporter. No. I'm just a sticker. I'm a citizen. And if what you are saying is what will help us to get what we will get, you will see people will align with you. Leave them, they will come. But make it open, clear. It's not about just the fact. And play it on the fact, not the sentiment. I think that is what is going to help.
Thank you,
Thank you, aristocrat. Bossman,
sir.
As I've said earlier, I've never come on your platform before. You must have been listening to me in other platforms when I threw my bombshell. Some accept, some don't accept. Let me tell you, not everybody will like you. And not everybody will hate you. If you are talking the truth, people will support you. I listened to this platform before I decided requesting. You requested me almost 3 times. I declined you. I was trying to get my facts of what people are saying. And when I saw it is meaningful and it is sensible, it's following the same course I'm following, I requested myself. Keep the flag flying. I'm begging you. The Lord will strengthen you. The Lord will comfort you and will you. Keep it flying. Aristocrat have said it all. People here have said it all. What we are looking for is justice. Justice for who? For Aloba, aka Mubad. Let's find the justice. The government who is not listening now, bet me, my brother, they will come begging. They will come listening. And they will start doing the rightful thing. That justice, we will get it. It's just a pity. It's just a pity. It took us backwards. It took us backwards in the sense that establishing the corona that has no justification, that has no prejudice from Bubba's case. If the police had done the needful, if the police have done their investigation very well, they will have compiled their investigation and charge every accomplice to the law court.
They did not do no investigation. They only collected statement from all these people in the house.
My brother, you don't need to tell me that. I'm a lawyer by profession. No investigation was done by the police. The only arm of the police section that I thought were really doing the right thing because of the AIG or the commissioner of police under that jurisdiction, which is zone 2. They took the case away from there. And do you even blame them? Do you blame Panti? Does the Aloba family really want justice? Are you not looking at that angle? Why is it the day Baba Mubad went to zone 2, they took... Let's wake up. Nigerians, on Mubad's case, let's wake up. Let's have a rethink. That is why, for me,
we know